favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Doug, that's Montauk. I know you've been there.
Yes, many times.
Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And Doug, on your right is Michael Wellington. Unbelievable what's going on here today.
Well, welcome to our little home.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It is a delight to see you. I didn't know you were in town. For longtime TMA listeners, they're familiar with your work. But for our new friends on 101 ESPN, they may not be. Michael, would you like to give a biography for Doug Vaughn and the 101 ESPN listeners?
Huh.
No, basically, I travel around the country and sometimes outside the country, and I carry things. It's pretty simple,
What is it?
Timmy.
Oh, I like this. It's kind of like
carrying?
it's like one of those game shows from the 70s, Doug, where you're trying to guess who it is.
Are you a drug mule?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay. You got out of that?
I had to.
All right. Well, what else are you carrying?
Just been carrying golf clubs and towels and
that's
golf bags
That's
and
right.
golf paraphernalia.
I like that paraphernalia.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael caddies and was caddying for St. Louis and Chris Nagel this past weekend at the Corn Ferry event that was in Springfield, Missouri, and caddies on the PGA Tour Champions, and has caddied for Tim O'Neill, Mark Hensby, and currently caddying for
Scott Perrell.
And how are they playing?
Well, since I'm
How's he
only really interested in Scott Perrell, he's playing very well right
Is he
now.
really?
Yeah, he's playing pretty good.
Can you
got
give him tips along the way?
He doesn't need too much help, Doug, but I do need some help from this TMA audience and possibly the new ESPN audience. Some help through the Steele dossier, the Stiefel
dossier. Yeah, Jackson puts together a wonderful Stiefel dossier.
Or the Steele dossier. We could go through that, too.
Got to be for Doug's podcast.
I think it's so solid that I wanted to include the Steele along with the Stiefel.
Okay.
But as you know, the Stiefel group has taken over the tournament at Norwood.
That's correct.
Which is
I
exciting.
assume you will be out there for that here in a month and a half.
Well, we're not in the tournament just yet. We need some help from the sponsor, and I felt like this could be an opportunity,
this is an opportunity
to
to
share
make a
some
case.
information about my player, and kind of basically plead to the Stiefel people to help us get in the golf tournament. Which obviously I know that Stiefel being involved now is going to make the tournament phenomenal, whether we're in it or not, because I know how they do things over there.
That's a good thing, brother.
But Scotty Perrell's a great story, man. He had some heart trouble, had a heart attack about a year and a half ago, lost his card last year. Monday qualified his way in this year, finished fourth in Houston to kind of bump up his status, and then that's when I got on his bag. And he's a lot like Chris Nagel with his attitude, just a guy that you really want to help and never gets too high, never gets too low. Lives in Augusta, Georgia, which I think is a really cool thing.
Does he get to play at the course?
I think he's played there a half dozen times or so, from what he's told me. But
I feel like if he could just get hot, he could win that baby.
100%. He's won 4 times on the Champions Tour.
Oh, is that right? Really?
He has. So we want to get another win quickly.
Well, maybe it can happen at Norwood here in about
I would love that opportunity,
month and a
Timothy.
half.
Would love it.
It was great to have Michael in. Martin is vacationing. I didn't even know you were in town. This gentleman across from both of us, Michael, Little Jackie Papers is what he's going by. Now he has a new podcast called Movie Boy that is the talk of the town.
I've been out of town, admittedly. I have not been in touch the way I need to be.
It
Tell
just
me
dropped
about
this Saturday.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's not a water cooler in this town where they're not discussing Movie Boy.
Oh, for heaven's
So-
sakes. He just talks forever.
What
He
kind
went
of
almost
material?
2 hours on the first one.
He basically condemns old people during the podcast under the guise of it being about movies.
It's basically me in a broom closet bemoaning the current theater practices by some older folks, and then I talk about some movies for a while.
I've heard that there may be a Rounders too.
Yes, I've also
Have you heard this?
that.
Obviously,
Yeah.
with your background now in this
Yeah.
new
I
podcast.
believe Happy Gilmore 2 comes out this week.
Yeah,
My
on
7-year-old is very excited about it. I think the host of Movie Boy over here is not excited. He's shortened that market.
Netflix. Approaching it with some trepidation.
Why?
Seems like it's going to be just a lot of cameos and
Of course.
people hanging out. Hey, listen, I'm all for it, but
Does it feel like Caddyshack 2?
no, I
With the
don't.
delightful Jackie Mason,
can't
who will
be
be
that
joining
bad.
us in the 9 o'clock hour, by the way, along with Gabe DeArmond.
will.
Jackie Mason and Gabe DeArmond.
Yeah, that was Caddyshack 2 was like dropping a fair catch. This is going to be different than
Shot
that.
at Oz Akeem, Doug.
Okay.
That was 2000. Was that
I
December
don't know the years.
31st?
I don't know the years, Tim.
No, just approaching it with some trepidation, which is fine.
Of course, this is America. You can do whatever you like.
Damn right.
I feel like, are they not putting it out in theaters? It's just going to be
It's just on Netflix.
Why do they do that? What's wrong with the theater now?
Must not be very good.
Jackson will tell you it's the old people who talk at the screen.
It's expensive to put movies into theaters, and if you're not 100% confident you're going to get people out to the theater, you put it on Netflix and you can make just as much money. And Sandler has a massive deal with Netflix, so it kind of works out for
I don't trust Adam Sandler after Grown Ups 2.
But you're
This has been a
retroactively.
theme on the program, Michael, for the last couple of weeks.
God,
Doug
it
is
was
really
horrendous.
upset with the film Grown Ups 2.
The movie
God, it
existed
was
for
horrible.
a decade, as long as I've known you.
I know,
and
well, I just
plus.
finally got around to watching it, all right? I've been very busy.
All right, fair enough.
Gosh, it was horrible.
There is a portion of Happy Gilmore 2 that I hope is not edited out. A friend of mine caddies for Retief Goosen on PGA Tour
Oh,
Champions.
don't get Jackson going.
The goose is
He
loose?
Yes.
Really,
You like Retief?
Oh, my
really,
guy.
He's a great dude.
really attracted to Retief Goosen.
Well,
I
then
played
you'll
on
like
the
this.
Pro-Am with Jackson last year at what was
I
the
think-
Ascension and now the Stiefel.
Yeah.
And I believe he was teeing off on 9. And Jackson, who I think is about 30 to 40 years his junior, had me stop the cart so he could take in the visage that
gosh.
is Retief Goosen. Doug, is
in
that
the
uncomfortable?
world? It is.
And keep in mind, he ranked Lindy Ruff as the most attractive NHL head coach. This guy's got a daddy thing going.
Hey, God forbid a man have some hobbies and some interests.
That's
and
your
preferences.
hobby, is looking at Retief Goosen?
When he took a 3-wood off 9, it was gorgeous.
Oh, you saw him hit a shot, or you?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's just based on his game.
Yeah, well, yes. And the way he carries himself, you know,
Oh, now we're
Well,
getting around
he's
to
kind
it.
of stoic.
extremely stoic, regal even. And,
Doug,
and so, I don't know.
Well, I know for a fact that they filmed a scene. I hope it makes it in the movie where Goosen's in a bunker and his caddy's displeased with the shot, and he tosses his bag into the bunker. So I don't know if they'll use it, but I hope they do
I sure
because
hope so,
then
too.
he'll get the credits, the film credits. If you will.
Movie Boy will break that down thoroughly. The Movie Boy podcast is in the TMA podcast feed. Schaefer Door is the sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. And Michael making reference to Stiefel, sponsor of the dossier. And coming up on the dossier, Jackie Mason is going to be with us.
Jackie Mason, he's been dead for years, hasn't
That's
he?
what's going to make it such a special
Jack
guest.
Hartoonian.
I believe so.
Is his character's name, if I'm not mistaken?
And in his stead, Gabe DeArmond will be with us, fresh off of his trip down south for both Missouri and the SEC Media Days, and also the big signing this past Friday. So there is your Stiefel dossier, in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. But with Martin out, and I'm going to be out Thursday and Friday, Little Jackie Papers was working on who to have come in. And he texted me last night and said, Wellington's in Thursday and Friday. I just thought you'd be caddying somewhere, so I didn't even know it was in play.
I wasn't sure if I would be here. The Champions Tour for me is off this week. They're actually over in London for the British Open, but after my one experience last year at the Senior British, I'm not going back there.
What happened?
Well, it just
Did
makes
Retief Goosen make a pass?
Yeah, there was nothing to do with Goosen, but going over there, to me, really makes you appreciate these great United States.
Look at this guy. This guy's a patriot, Doug. Take notes.
I didn't like it.
Still a little rustic?
I'm going to tell you why, Doug.
Okay.
You've got to drive on the other side of the road.
No, that's a bad thing.
When you go to a restaurant, they give you these little tiny glasses to drink water out of, and they're not big enough.
And there's probably no ice in there either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What about the occupation of Ireland?
Okay. Now that I haven't been to Ireland. I've only been to Scotland. And I just felt like, I don't know, it really does make you appreciate America. And so I learned my lesson. I don't need to go back. So I told Mr. Perrell I wasn't going to make it this year.
Oh, so he's playing and you're not?
He actually had to do a qualifier yesterday, and unfortunately he did not get in. But you know, we had discussed even if he got in before that,
You
if he
were
was
out.
exempt, I
You
wasn't
would've
going to
no
go.
part of it.
No, I learned my lesson last year. Except for I did have a wonderful experience with, you guys are familiar with the great St. Louis company, Hogan Trucking.
Sure.
So one of my buddies who caddies out there is Toppy Hogan, and we stayed together last year at the British. And my guy at the time, Mark Hensby, had to withdraw because he had COVID. And Toppy's player, David Branshaw, he missed the cut. So we had a couple days to kill, and we wound up going over to play St. Andrews.
Oh, Doug, St. Andrews.
With Toppy's parents, who were just marvelous St. Louis people. Shout out to the Hogans.
Yeah, I know them.
They're awesome. I mean, if
They
they
sure
weren't
are.
there, I don't know what we would have done that weekend. I would have been trapped in a little tiny Airbnb in Dundee, Scotland, Doug.
What did you shoot at St. Andrews?
Oh, man, I must have shot 80-something. We didn't play the old course. We played what's called the Castle course, which I would...
Is that a little executive 9?
No, I would relate it actually quite the opposite. I would say it's their version of Pebble Beach. It was awesome. Every hole was on the ocean, which was really cool. But we rented some clubs, and we all played terribly, but we had a great time.
Oh, well, that's nice.
It was really cool to be able to salvage the trip after the COVID and the miscut and the whole country of Scotland.
But you still don't want to go back.
No, I do not want to go back.
No, Wellington sounds like an English name or a Scottish name, or
yeah, I think
that's your heritage.
I think it's
there.
English. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Well, I guess somebody didn't, or they'd still be there, right?
Well, I just felt like it was too much. Plus, the travel is obnoxious, and I've been traveling so much I could use a break.
International St. Louis to London's out of Lambert a day, if I'm not mistaken, nonstop.
6 of them, really?
It's every 45 minutes.
Every 45.
Yeah.
It's from when the Rams played that preseason game over there
against the Patriots.
Right.
Welcome to Movie Boy, the only podcast that both berates doddering seniors at the theater and drools over South African male athletes. That's from Manute Bowl eligible. That's your promo for Movie Boy?
More or less. It's kind of the idea.
Do you have a logo?
He does. He designed it himself.
I did. Yep.
Can I see it? Please?
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Okay.
And everyone just talks about Ernie Els as like the South African golfer, and I just think...
How about Gary Player?
Gary Player, too. How about some respect for Retief?
And will be joining us following Jackie Mason's appearance here on this program. Michael, there's a reason we kicked England's ass. They drive on the wrong side of the road. They have tiny water glasses, and we've had to bail their ass out twice during the 20th century. And don't even get me started on France. That's from the Warson Woods wacko who's not happy with the English or French this morning.
Okay.
Usually it's Mr. Licks.
The wacko gets it. He always has.
Yep.
Mr. Licks. How is Mr. Licks?
How is Mr. Licks?
Is
Are we
he
going to bring
still
back that?
kicking?
How about that? How about that? He can call in. Chairman Kurtz manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can also text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 102 friends have already gathered this morning at youtube.com/TMAS. TL. That is where you can watch the program, and it's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And if you're going to be out enjoying a St. Louis summer day with some friends, enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the Dotem and the upcoming Lemmings Open. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Well, Doug, the Cardinals are coming indeed. Trala. We'll talk it over regarding that, and also John Mozeliak's comments on the trade deadline. This is a little different than what Bob Nightingale was reporting yesterday. We are approaching it. It is 9 days away. We will discuss it coming up. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington sitting at the dais in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. He's the host of Movie Boy, and Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back, cutting down on K's. Listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed. No chance at second if he has his lead. Burley got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-fib go wild. Look out now, these baby birds.
Be a lot of people singing this after that W last night. Boy, that felt good.
You go into Denver and you beat that team, and Austin Gomber, you send a message to the rest of the league.
Made me think, hello, wild card, daddy likey.
Clip that off.
3.5 back now? There's no stopping this club. There's no stopping them. Well, it'll probably get stopped tonight.
Bow! Is that the Eric Fedde start that's got you?
I think so.
Eric
did that
Fedde at
song?
Coors Field. That was the chairman of the board with Dean Martin and Joey Bishop, right? Am I
I
right?
think that's AI.
Yeah, it's our listener to this program, Rogers and Hammertoe, does some great work with AI songs.
Nolan Gorman.
Yeah, he got his eye back.
You
Thank
just type
goodness.
in a bunch of things that you would like the song to include, and it spits that
I think
out.
he writes the lyrics.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boys and Michael, it's my 21st birthday this Friday. That's from the Como Cougar. Well, that doesn't make you a Cougar if you're 21, right?
It is if you're raiding the high schools.
Well played, Doug.
Michael, what is the Cougar age range, if you would?
Boy, that's a good question. I guess it depends on how old you are, right?
Nice. How about that?
So for
It's kind of a
Doug,
free perk.
Doug, what would your Cougar age be?
Oh, 85.
Yeah, it'd be like a Puma.
Ruin me.
I think if you're in your
Free perk
20s,
again.
yeah, if you're in your 20s, a Cougar is at like 40.
I think it could even be younger than that.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
40 is kind of a stabilizing number.
Stabilizing.
You like that?
Yeah, like if you're in your 20s, like if you're between 24 and 30 and you meet a woman that's 40, like, ooh, total Cougar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gosh.
How do you feel about your feet?
Well, I just had some work done on my arthritis.
That's hot.
That is super hot. Jay Randolph Jr. conducting the conversation there. With the victory last night, the Cardinals pick up a game on the Cubs. But guess what, Doug? The Cubs are no longer in first place.
Saw that.
It's the Brewers
Yeah,
who
they
have
don't
won
lose.
11 straight.
They're scalding.
And the Brewers not only have the best record in the National League, now, via a loss by the Tigers last night, the Milwaukee Brewers have the best record in all of baseball. Tip of the cap to Pat Murphy and the Brew Crew. What in the hell?
Well, they've given up the fewest runs in the National League.
And that's helpful.
Yeah, that usually means you're going to be one of the best teams. And only
Brad
Houston-
Thompson told us yesterday that the Cardinal ERA over the last 20 games was 7.
Yeah,
Those are just numbers.
he's playing with stats. Is
The
what
Cardinal
he's doing.
starters, I should say, not the
Yeah.
overall team.
Yeah, if you just have pitching, you're in it. You're in every game, and that's been what the Brewers have done because their offense isn't really outlandishly good, but the pitching is. And they brought up that guy Mizorowski, I think is his name. Mm-hmm. Have you seen him?
Polish guy?
Well, I guess he's Polish, but he's throwing the ball like 102 miles an hour, and no
Throws
one can
about
hit him.
97-mile-per-hour slider.
Yeah.
It's nice to have in the repertoire if you can get it. And in addition, they got Brandon Woodruff back and Freddie Peralta. You got the rookie. You got a whole lot there to work with from a pitching standpoint. So to see that team rattle off 11 in a row, plus beat up on the Dodgers in doing so, they shut out the Mariners last night 6-0. The Cardinals are 8.5 games back of the Brewers by virtue of the Brewers and Cardinals both winning last night. The Cardinals winning by a score of 6-2. Now, I do think, as opposed to like the roller coaster, oh, they're good, oh, they're bad. Not interested in that conversation. Candidly, it bores me. What I am interested in is the big picture. And Michael McGreevy last night, I think, and understandably so, I think some fans are like, okay, they're letting him start. It's a little odd that Liberatore isn't. But McGreevy gets to pitch, but he gets to pitch at Coors Field. How's he going to handle this? And then he goes out and throws 7 innings and only allows 2 earned runs. Here is Ali Marmol on the pitching performance of Michael McGreevy.
Again, just his demeanor. A couple of those balls get through on the ground, and he doesn't make much of it. He makes the next pitch and figures out a way to limit damage. Did a really nice job of mixing everything, kept them off balance, was on the ground a ton. Just another impressive outing, especially to do it here. Ball flies, and you can run up the score pretty quickly. So overall, really, really nice job.
Base hit. So maybe you keep him around for a while.
Well, that's what his teammates said last night. Wilson Contreras following the game. I think he's ready to stay here straight up. Paula Abdul sang straight up, didn't she? And that was 1988.
I don't remember the years, Tim.
And then she had Forever Your Girl. Right? Am I right?
I don't know.
Wasn't she a Laker girl?
She was a Laker girl,
Yeah.
and then she got the recording contract, and then did Opposites Attract with MC Scat Cat, and I had a tough time explaining that.
Forgot about that.
Cat.
Yeah, I think that's inappropriate, and I'd like to see an apology from her on Twitter later today. And then, of course, her run as American Idol judge.
Oh, we got off McGreevy in a hurry.
Pedro Paje said, I agree.
Okay.
That, of course, is on my MC
It's a pretty
Scat
strong
Cat.
quote.
I had a tweet what's in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch.
Okay.
He doesn't need to go back to AAA. Contreras continued. That's my take, and I'm going to say it. He's ready. He's already shown a couple of times, and every time he comes here, he's coming to pitch, and he pitches well. If it was my decision, I'd keep him here. He had a really good tempo. He had a really good body language, a really good attitude. He's willing to listen, willing to learn, and always asking questions. He has everybody's back. And then Contreras then brushed his fingers over his left forearm. I'm getting chills because every time he's here, he's a good energy to have around.
Really?
Yeah. So that was a hell of a lot more intense than Pedro Paje
I don't
saying,
know
I
if he
agree.
was that good. He was good. I don't know if
You
he...
didn't get goosebumps?
Not really.
He's covered in water. I saw he only brought one glove. I saw, and he got dumped. They dumped water on Contreras, and he had to toss his glove over because if that got soaked, he wouldn't have a glove for the rest of the series.
Chills is a bit of a stretch.
I think so. It's a shame that their starting five is so solid right now, and there's just no room for a guy like this.
Part of me, I oftentimes, and maybe I'm reading into it too much, I think Wilson Contreras is the master of the passive-aggressive quote. And I can't help but take that as a shot at some of the current occupants of the rotation when he is not only saying how impressed with McGreevy he is, but then he says he's getting chills from the performance. You know, there's a chance, Doug, that you could throw 5 innings against the Rockies in 2025.
Well, there's really no chance of that. There really is not. But you're trying to kind of start over, reset, and you got this youngish pitcher who's a first-round pick who performs well when he comes up, and yet he only gets sporadic chances. It just makes no sense.
He needs reps.
We're down in Memphis?
No, he needs reps at the major league level.
Yes. He just needs to pitch. You need to say, all right, he's one of our 5 starters there.
Yeah.
That's it. If this really is a season where you want to see some of your younger players, why has the man been at Memphis on top of the fact that he has pitched well in his appearances? Hell, he pitched well in his appearances last year. And so I would imagine that you're not going to see him go down again. And part of that is because I would imagine you're going to see, I think, Eric Fedde go somewhere, but then it gets back into the thing we were talking about Miles Michaelis saying he's not going to waive his no-trade clause. Who would want these guys? You know, like who's going to be trading for Eric Fedde unless it's just for like a, rando A-ball player and the Cardinals just unload him just to unload him. But in unloading him, there is addition by subtraction because the addition is you allow a guy like McGreevy to get regular turns in the rotation.
But does it make sense to unload Fedde if you still got to pay for Fedde? Because nobody's going to want him and take on the salary. So would it be better just to use him as a one-inning bullpen guy if you got to pay him anyway?
As long as he's not keeping a person like McGreevy out of the rotation. And I think that with last night, again, it's Colorado, but still 7 innings, 2 earned runs in that ballpark. Whether that team is the worst of the last 100 years or not, and they very well may be, is still impressive for a guy who doesn't have a whole lot of games started under his belt. Guys, it's super funny because I get chills every time I turn my radio on at 7 a.m. and hear Tim's sultry voice. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pew. Boy, that thing is
a lemming move.
That thing is
broken the goal.
struggling.
Is it broken?
Yes,
yeah, it's
it is.
broken.
What happened?
Doug struck it so flush. A smash factor is 1.49.
Yeah.
Caved in the face.
Yeah, I did.
You don't know match play like Tim. No, not many people do.
This needs to be fixed.
I've tried.
Because it's utilized so often.
I can't get the screw to go back into the wooden holder up there.
The wooden holder. Text in 314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved on the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. You can also go to youtube.com/TMASTL, where 173 friends have gathered to watch the program and talk it over. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Chairman Kurt is in there talking about it. Chairman Kurt, what's the conversation? You asked, are McGreevy and Fedde golfers?
Somebody just said, here we are talking minor league golf. And I must have missed the part where we were discussing minor league golf, and I'm not having it today.
Blocking.
Who's
blocking?
Emilio Gomez.
Emilio Gomez,
God, yeah.
Doug. And you've been sideways with Emilio before.
We've never hit it off. We just haven't. I don't know why.
See, I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Tony La Russa enjoying my question last week. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way at 10:45. Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache, is leading the competition, and you can compete with Paul Harvey. Michael, the temperatures here in the St. Louis area are going to challenge the players over the next week. 95 your high tomorrow, 95 on Thursday, and then we're back in the mid-90s on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday for highs. Challenging conditions, even more challenging if your air conditioning goes out. If it does, though, all you got to do is go to designairservice.com and work with a company that Doug and I have been working with for years, the longest-running sponsor on the program. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp's fourth generation owner and operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and he carries on the tradition of his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father, and that is no upselling. You got a problem, they fix it. That's how they earn your business for the long term, not with locking you in to some cockamamie plan. It's Design Air. You like that?
I don't mind it. Yeah,
I thought you might like that. DesignairService.com, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Longtime sponsor here on TMA. John Mozeliak was asked about the trade deadline before the game. He is in Denver with the team, and this is what he had to say with regard to the Cardinals and where they are as this trade deadline approaches.
Okay.
Derek Gould sets the stage by saying this is his final trade deadline, at least as the president of baseball operations for the Cardinals, and it all started just steps away from Mozeliak started his career. Doug, you know that he started by throwing batting practice to the Colorado Rockies so many years ago.
When Walt Jocketty was a GM out there,
That's
I guess.
Right. And this is what Mozeliak had to say. Clearly, the weekend was not what we wanted to see, and now we've got to understand what the future looks like, he said in the dugout at Coors Field. Where we are in the standings definitely affects our decision-making moving forward at the deadline. Playing those 3 games and losing all 3 is not helpful. Wanted to come out of the break having a positive start to it. We didn't. As we reflect on what's best for the organization, there is the longer view in terms of are the decisions that we can make that will be better situating the franchise in 2026 and beyond. And Mozeliak said, other teams have access to the standings and calls are coming to the Cardinals and picking up. I think people realized it was a tough week for us. Calls came in. First off, you've got to compete in your division, and we've got 2 teams that are really hot right now. Actually 3 when you include the Reds, he said, and that's a challenge, and we're not, and we have to turn that around. He says the Cardinals are shopping Eric Fedde, a potential free agent. They are fielding interest on Ryan Helsley, Phil Maton, and Steven Matz, and let teams know as much after the series in Arizona. All 3 relievers are set to be free agents at the end of the year, and the Cardinals expect to set a significant ask for Helsley, who they can present a qualifying offer at the end of the year for to subtract or to secure draft pick compensation or lock him in for the 2026 season. Jackson, in addition to being attracted to Retief Goosen, also really likes John King, and Mozeliak said John King could attract consideration. So, Jackson, you're going to have to come to terms with parting ways with John King.
Yeah, it's tough. I've always had faith in the crown, His Majesty, you know. Like a nice lefty out of the bullpen.
Do you?
But if you can get a nice return for him, or any return for him, honestly.
Oh!
Jackson, if you're running the Cardinals,
yes,
and it's up to you what to do at the trade deadline right now, what are you going to do?
first things first is trade Ryan Helsley.
Okay.
Not because he's not a great pitcher, but if you're not going to sign him in the offseason, what's the point of keeping him around? I guess I've heard something about if you keep him after the season, you might get more return for him in the offseason. I don't know. I don't think how.
In what way?
I don't even know how that would work.
Well, it'd be the draft pick.
Right, okay. Yeah, draft pick. I'd still rather get a...
It'd be wonderful if a team sent the Cardinal players for free agent.
Yeah,
I don't know how baseball would
as I was saying that, I was like, what am I talking about? But, yeah, Helsley would be first, and then try to package up somebody with him. That would be what I would do, whether that's Newtbar or one of the left-handed outfielders or Gorman, another lefty, like package up something, because I don't think you're going to get a lot piece by piece. But if you put a little package together, maybe something. But you got to do something, and Helsley is, goal 1 and 1A.
I still, for the life of me, have no idea why the gentleman was on the team in 2025. Yeah. And I think, as we've talked about, when we asked him that question at spring training, he said, yeah, I'm surprised I'm here also. Now, this is the part in the article that's in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch written by Derek Gould this morning that I think is the most intriguing, because the Cardinals considering trading Helsley, Maton, Matz, Jackson's guy, John King. None of that is particularly surprising. Fedde, of course. But this part is where you get into an intriguing conversation. And we talked a little bit about it last week. The Post-Dispatch asked if offers from other teams might shove the Cardinals into sell mode ahead of the July 31st trade deadline, more than the standings or regardless of the standings. And John Mozeliak said if there's something that seems too good to be true, yeah. If there was something that made so much sense, obviously we would pursue it. And what we've seen from some teams in the last few years, I feel like, is in order to make sure they get the player, they'll be willing to overpay around this time ahead of the trade deadline, as opposed to try to drive the price down on that afternoon of the 31st. So that's something to keep an eye on. And that's why, if you are an advocate for the Cardinals selling, as counterintuitive as it may feel for a fan to want the team to lose, I think a number of Cardinal fans thought that this was actually a good thing this past weekend, that they lost all three, because it kind of forces them into sell mode. Although I kind of think that's probably where they were anyway. I saw Charlie Marlowe yesterday on one of his videos saying it was one of the best things that could happen, getting swept by the Diamondbacks. This is the part, though, that intrigues me. According to sources not with the Cardinals, there are teams wondering if the Cardinals would entertain trading younger players at positions where other starters have emerged. Two examples would be Jordan Walker or Nolan Gorman. Following policy as old as his tenure, Mozeliak does not discuss specific trade talks. But I think that is the conversation that is awfully intriguing, and we talked a little bit about it here recently. Would they move on from Jordan Walker and or Nolan Gorman? And I think the fact that Derek mentions this in his column, it tells you that at the very least they're considering it. Doug, what is your opinion on the potential for the Cardinals moving on from Walker and or Gorman?
I think Gorman more likely than Walker, because they're pretty well situated for infielders, and they're not very well situated for right-handed hitting power outfielders.
That's why the part in the column surprises me. According to sources not with the Cardinals, there are teams wondering if the Cardinals would entertain trading younger players at positions where other starters have emerged. Where have they emerged?
I don't know. Shortstop with Wynn or Scott in center.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know on that.
Yeah,
I think that might be a polite way of coloring the story and going, yeah, they just might be ready to kind of move on from these guys.
I could see it with Gorman, because he's got a year or two more in the majors than Walker. Gorman might be this player his whole career. Walker still has a lot of room to go. I wouldn't give up on Walker yet. Nolan Gorman I would make available if you could get a good return for him. Because you've got Weatherholt coming up. You've got Donovan who can play the infield. You got Sajasi who could play. You still got Arenado maybe for another year.
I'm curious, and this is kind of I guess you would call it, Doug, a Gallup poll.
I wouldn't, unless it's done by the George Gallup organization.
So the listeners can participate in what Doug describes as a Gallup poll, because George Gallup is asking the question, if the Cardinals were to be more aggressive, I guess, but aggressive is maybe not the word, but more active in the sell mode. And it wouldn't just be Helsley, Maton, Matz, Fedde, and Jackson's guy, John King, who leave. And you would see a move that, and it's not to say Nolan Gorman or Jordan Walker, based on their statistics so far, are superstars, but that would indicate that they are taking, from my standpoint, a more aggressive line in going to a plan, albeit a plan that is not buying, but selling. I can tell you that I would be excited by that. I also would tell you that would be more indicative of what I would hope is the tone of the next administration, Bloom's administration, because what has driven me up the wall over the last decade, minus the 2022 deadline, with acquiring Jordan Montgomery and Jose Quintana, is I feel like the Cardinals have kind of just hedged every trade deadline and hedged in many off seasons. And this would be taking a line, moving on, turning a page, and being bold, even though it might not strike people as being particularly bold relative to the Cardinals' pattern of past practice over the last decade. It would be bold, and I think this pattern of past practice of hanging around purgatory is what has played a role in not only the team's performance, but the fans' apathy. So I would love to see what I call aggressive moves, but I guess it would be better suited as actively selling. And so taking a stance and then sticking to it is what I would like to see them do. They took a stance following the 2024 season, but they didn't really stick to it, and part of that was because their hands were tied by players who did not want to waive their no-trade clause. I still don't know what they were doing with Ryan Helsley, but specifically, I'd love to see them make more significant moves at the deadline in selling.
Well, the guys you mentioned, Gorman and Walker, are two that maybe you could get something significant in return. A lot of the other guys, I'm not sure how much value they really have. I mean, Helsley and Maton have some value right now. Wynn and Donovan obviously have value. Beyond that, Herrera. Beyond that, I don't know what you have to dangle that's going to get you something better than who these guys are now.
Sell Newt, sell Gorman, sell Burley, and get starting pitching, and then drop Fedde off and a rough neighborhood and see if he can make it back to the ballpark.
No.
And if he does, he's earned a spot on the team. Doug, that sounds like some kind of...
The Players Union have its rules against that. It has to be a nice neighborhood. You could drop him off in Town and Country, I guess, in the outer Ladue area, but you cannot drop him off in Kenlock. You can't do it.
Doug Patrick at Immaculata, and that's a tough neighborhood, says, yeah, Tim is bold.
Okay.
Yeah, ring it.
Boy, that gong, that might be the end, Martin.
I need a new one.
Martin, Michael, Bill?
Yeah.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
Sometimes you watch him play and you just want to say, trade them all, start all over, clear the deck, and bring in 25 new ones, 26 new ones. But it is so hard to move anybody anymore. It just is. And the guys you want to trade, many of them are locked into these no-trade contracts. You can't do anything with them. Or they've lost their value now and they make a significant amount of money and nobody wants to touch them.
Really?
Yes, that's the problem. I'm sure you've encountered that when you make your phone calls.
Oh, no. This has become a theme in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Shoot Fedde into the sun.
No, you can't do that either.
With shooting players into the sun needs to stop. It can't happen. That's a players' union thing, too. They don't want a salary cap, and they don't want players shot into the sun.
I would just make him a one-inning reliever. I mean, you go through 3 or 4 every game. See if he can handle that role. No one's going to take him. He makes a lot of money. You might as well get an inning out of him as nothing. Wouldn't you think?
They love the fans, not money.
That's why they're here.
I would trade Contreras now. Don't want to end up with another Nato contract. That's from the 618. Well, the key on that is, would he be willing to go anywhere? And I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem with
trade
this
clause.
Yeah, the guys making the big money that you would think you'd like to trade, you can't unless they want to go. So we sit here in 4th place. But
tied for 4th.
Hello, wild card. Daddy, likey.
You like it. Guys, get rid of everyone. This team stinks. And ruin me, Doug. That's from Big Tuft.
I'm not going to ruin anyone.
I'll dangle something for you, Doug. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler. Patrick at Immaculata says Doug has the most value on the dais. How about that? Are you interested in a trade?
I have a no trade contract.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. And I make so much money, it's going to be hard for another station to take my contract.
Put Fedde in the Fredbird suit? That's from Ollie Doesn't Know?
Well,
what's the Players Union's stance on?
They wouldn't like that. They wouldn't like it.
Obviously, Garrett Hampson is established, so you should be able to get a nice return for him. That's from the possible burner.
I guess Garrett Hampson, that whole move shows you what they think or don't think of the guys they've got in the minor leagues. When you take a guy who just got DFA'd by the Reds, like they don't want him at all and want nothing in return for him, and the Cardinals immediately snap him up and put him in the starting lineup, what does that say about the rest of your organization? You got nobody in AAA that needs a shot? No one?
Apparently not.
Nobody in the outfield.
Well, this season was about taking players who have been DFA'd and giving them an opportunity here. Kind of like a halfway house.
I guess. What was the upside in that?
Runway.
Doug,
That's all Hampson's needed his whole career is a little runway.
Does Jordan Walker ever give you like a Ryan Leaf vibe? You know, I'm concerned that he's never going to blossom.
That's where, unfortunately, that's
I hate
where
to
I am.
say
Now,
that.
The Ryan Leaf thing had, some off the field element. Jordan Walker strikes me as nothing but like kind, class, and he's open to talking about.
Not personal.
Yeah, I unfortunately for the Cardinals, there have been a number of guys over the last however many years who came with a lot of hype. And then they got here and they didn't deliver on it. The most recent one, beside Walker, is Dylan Carlson. It's something that I think has been, turned around. And it was a Mozeliak quote, but it wasn't like Juan Soto for Dylan Carlson was on the table. I want to make that clear. That wasn't about to happen, but Carlson was talked about as a part of a package for Juan Soto when he went from the Nationals to the Padres, right? That was the deal, and the Cardinals were mentioned as being in the mix for it. And what I think got confused around here was that it was Carlson for Soto, and the Cardinals wouldn't do it, with some fans, not with everybody. But the point is, you now say that, and we're only 3 years removed from that conversation, and it sounds like a joke because Dylan Carlson, was just let go for basically nothing by the Cardinals, and now he's just kind of bouncing around. And that's an example of a guy who 5 years ago, and even really less, was considered to be the next big thing. And that's the category Jordan Walker has fallen into. And he just is not able to get it going consistently. So I do wonder if they're like, okay, we got to get something for him while we still can. And we need to stop allocating playing time to somebody who it's just not going to happen for. And maybe it'll be spun as, and maybe it'll be good for him, the change of scenery. And then if he goes and then becomes an all-star, Doug, that'll add to the list of many
And you
players.
know that he would. I would not give up on Walker.
You're good on selling Gorman. You're
I've
not
seen
good on
enough
selling
of Gorman. Walker's still only 23. In his age 21 season, his rookie year, he had 16 homers. He batted .276. He stole 7 bases. And that was in only 117 games. That was when he was 21. So it's there.
Fair numbers.
If you've got the kind of physical tools that he has, that's hard to find. I would not give up on him yet. I would not. Would it stun you if 2 or 3 years down the road, Jordan Walker's hitting 35 home runs? It wouldn't me.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it would for me.
35 seems a little high.
It would for me.
But it's
he
disappointing.
will if he goes somewhere else. He's going to.
It seems like that's the recipe, right?
Yeah.
You get away and all of a sudden you blossom.
Mm-hmm. Carlson, Nootbaar, Walker, Gorman. What is wrong with the player development here? That is from the 314. Walker is Dylan Carlson all over again. That's from the 618. And Doug, I'll show you a real physical tool. That's from Doug's Soggy Waffles. And these guys just continue to be really flirtatious.
Physical tool.
Can we trade half the texters and Hoosier callers to have Welly on full time? His voice, stop teasing me, Daddy. That's from the Crestwood Coyote, who really enjoys your voice, Michael.
Well, thank you, Coyote.
You got the Obie Clark's hat on, I see. And Matthew Kachuk was at Obie Clark's yesterday with the Chalice.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's always a children's hospital. Also.
He was taken to the Brentwood Fire Department. Brentwood, he was all over the place with the Chalice back-to-back years. Michael Wellington is here. Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to get involved on the program. Coming up on the Stiefel Dossier, Gabe DeArmond will be joining us at 9 o'clock. And we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Auto. Plex Cardinals a win last night, getting back in the win column in Denver. They take on the Rockies again tonight with a 7:40 first pitch. Eric Fedde on the mound for the Redbirds. It's going to be a 7:40 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, is this I'm So Excited?
I think so.
This?
Yeah.
I'm So Excited?
Mm-hmm. Like Pointer Sisters?
And what's our music theme today?
Well, no real theme. I'm just really excited to have Wellington in studio.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh. Fun fact about the
So he's
Pointer
playing
Sisters.
songs about it.
First cousins of Paul Silas, former St. Louis Hawk.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Beverly
Well,
Hills
like that.
Cop?
Coach.
Wasn't this on Beverly Hills Cop?
I think they did some Beverly Hills Cop.
Pointer Sisters were for sure in National Lampoon's Vacation.
Which song?
I think it was just a June Pointer song, if I'm not mistaken.
June Pointer song.
I don't know.
Big in the 80s.
This is a good song.
Yeah, isn't it?
You
They
play
will
this after
join
a
us at the
Cardinal
9
win.
o'clock hour along with Gabe DeArmond and Jackie Mason. That is the 9 o'clock hour on the Stiefel dossier, Doug. So we've got a star-studded 9 o'clock hour here coming up on the program.
Jackie Mason would have to be 100 years old by now.
And I think June Pointer died like 20 years ago.
Oh, no.
Well, it's going to be a seance. Via the Collier and Thompson phone lines. The number that they'll be calling in is 314-974-0101. You can call that number in, too. Chairman Kurt will put you on. I know he's got Pestis on there right now. It doesn't mean we're going to him, but I just there. You can text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service sponsor of our text inbox, and then the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active as the day is long. Michael Wellington is in. Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing this week. And Michael, it sounds like you're going to be in this week. That's outstanding. God bless.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yes, this is just the first day of 4 in a row.
Yeah,
Hey,
really?
Doug, yes.
4 bills. Oh, great.
Be right alongside you, Doug.
So a wonderful treat as Michael Wellington is joining us here on the program. Matthew Tkachuk had the chalice, Doug, in St. Louis yesterday, and he had it back-to-back years to travel around the area. He started at St. Louis Children's Hospital, and then he made his way to O.B. Clark's, and there is a picture of him and some of the guys he played hockey with hanging out at O.B. Clark's and drinking from the chalice. He said that they also took it by the Brentwood Police Department, the Brentwood Fire Department, and, of course, O.B. Clark's to hang out with the chalice.
Pretty cool that he still brings it back here. He doesn't live here anymore.
Yeah.
He lives in South Florida. I'm sure it's tempting to go around to the people he knows down there now and share it with them. But the fact that he comes back to his hometown and does it is great. Between he and Pat Maroon and the Blues winning the Cup themselves, it's been around here a lot in the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Did he bring it to the Brentwood Forest Pool?
Wow.
Is that a scene?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it really?
Has been for decades, Doug.
No
Where you
fooling.
been?
Doug, why don't we go by the Brentwood Forest Pool and see if we can figure out what the word is?
Show ourselves off a little bit?
If you have the chalice, I mean, you'll clean up.
Would you really?
I would imagine so.
You just walk around the pool with the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, and just see what's doing.
And set it down, and then the ladies would walk right up to you. And say,
I would walk around with the Stanley Cup and then Han wheeling along some kind of device that he can make shots.
It's a no-brainer.
That's what I would do.
Huh.
Jackson asks this question in his Stiefel dossier. Jackie Papers, what's your question, Doug? This is on the Stiefel dossier.
Okay.
Let's say you won the Stanley Cup. What restaurant and what other St. Louis landmark are you bringing that cup to?
Doug,
Great question.
Where would you bring that thing?
Gosh, I don't know. I don't know where I'd take it.
That's why Jackson asked you the question.
I don't know.
Doing a radio show here, brother.
Where would I take the Stanley Cup?
Movie boys get a little frustrated.
I guess I'd go around my neighborhood and show it off to the neighbors, and then maybe go to Kirkwood High.
You gotta go to a venue, a restaurant.
I do.
Yeah.
I guess I'd
What,
go
you gonna
to
go to the football field at Kirkwood High.
That'd be nice.
I guess
Come
I'd
on,
go
you're better than that.
to your apartment complex and take it to the pool there.
There you go. And then Han right there wheeling around beverages.
You got to have a restaurant you go to where you're a regular, or they like you.
I don't. I go to Billy G's.
There you go.
Once or twice a month.
He gets the pork chop.
I don't get the pork chop. I got the pork steak a few times.
That's
but now I'm
huge.
into that veggie bowl with some grilled chicken.
That pork steak's the size of a catcher's
It
mitt.
really is. I may be there. I guess if you're telling me I have to go to a restaurant, I guess that's where I'd go.
God, I didn't think that this
Getting
question would
animated.
be so.
Well, I offered it to the neighbors and the old high school, and you didn't like it. Where would you go?
Kirkwood Emos.
Kirkwood Emos.
Annie Guns.
Oh, nice plays. Really nice plays to start for Michael.
And maybe take it out to Bogey Hills. I think all the people out there would love it.
Oh, really?
Oh, the way those greens roll, you have to reward them with the chalice.
Well, it was more because of the bar area, but yeah, the greens are great.
The Kirkwood Emos right there on Kirkwood Road and
There's
downtown.
only one Kirkwood Emos, Doug. You've been there, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's where the guy worked that kidnapped the kids.
Right, yeah, that did
Okay,
happen.
that's where you take it.
It's the best Emos in town.
Is that right?
Yeah, especially if you order a well done.
Huh.
Well done, is that right?
Sausages and pepperoni well done, yes.
Really? What's going on there?
That's my standard.
Really crispy?
Emos. Of course.
Wow, I'm going to have to look into that. Hey, Papers, where would you take it?
Yeah.
It's probably to like a Grizzlies game.
Oh, that'd be great. I would, in terms of a landmark, Forest Park Golf Course, specifically number 3 on Dogwood, my favorite hole in the town.
Tee box or green?
Tee box. Okay. I like the look.
Who's going to see it there?
The patrons.
But just a few at a time.
The gallery.
Yeah, a gallery would form. Yeah, and so I'd probably take it there. Restaurant-wise, Sportsman's P, probably.
Sportsman's Pin.
That would be
I'm sure
very
I bet
accepted.
it's been there. I have to imagine.
I would think that it's been there.
So being so long, an institution like that. Yeah, so Sportsman's P, and then the third hole on Dogwood at Forest Park.
The third hole specifically.
Can you describe that hole on the property to
Well,
Doug?
it's sad now because of the destruction from the tornado. It's certainly changed up that hole. But there used to be a giant tree right in front of the green. It would make you make a decision if you wanted to take the driver.
Oh, kind of a little right to left ball flight.
Yeah, and it's a drivable par 4. You have to make a choice though, because you get caught up in those trees. You might drop into a bunker. Now you're a little blocked out, or you go left. You're super blocked out. You go right. You're in the road. It's a real risk reward hole, and I love a risk reward hole.
Doug, that's where the Stanley Cup would be sitting.
Yeah, I'd walk
That
it
doesn't
from
make
tee to
sense to
green.
me.
I'd hit the tee shot and walk it to the green.
And just have it
Over
on
my
your
head.
back on some sort of brace.
No, I'd hold it over my head, proud.
Would you?
Yeah, some nice, people walking by, hanging out. I'd take it to Forest Park, yeah.
A gallery would form, all right. There'd be homeless people bathing in it by the end of the afternoon with Jackson. That's from Arbor Day, who's not
Nonsense.
impressed with the idea of taking it to number 3 Dogwood.
Would you allow the homeless to bathe in there?
No,
Okay.
that wouldn't happen. Is this like this guy never been to Forest Park? There's just people walking around, hanging out, getting some exercise, enjoying one of the jewels of the city.
Yeah, sure.
I would take it to Biggie's and eat the steak Sammy out the cup. Thanks, that's from Big Tuft. Boy, I like that idea, Doug. Would you get a steak sandwich out of the Stanley Cup?
No, I wouldn't. You think of all the places that thing has been, I wouldn't put food in there and then eat it.
Well, people were drinking from it all the time.
I wouldn't do that either.
What if a delicious glass of water was poured in it, though?
No.
Arnold Palmer,
Well,
with just the right ratio.
Might not be able to resist that.
Papers would take the cup to the Frontenac movie theater, and then he would take it over to the Muni. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Is that where you would?
The former doesn't exist anymore, so that's not going to happen. And I don't think I've ever seen a show at the Muni at Forest Park.
You've never been to the Muni?
I've been to it. I've never seen a show there.
Wait, the movie theaters are closed at Frontenac?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Those chairs were not the most comfortable, though.
No.
I think that's kind of what
recall.
did them
That's
in.
what did him in is the chairs?
Well, I think I've said this before, but like the only place you could see like more independent, smaller stuff was Frontenac, and then Alamo Draft House, the Foundry opened up where you could see that stuff, and they had comfy seats and the full menu and a bar, and I think they kind of got shoved out.
And as a cinephile, you love the small independent films that are horrendous and no one else wants to see?
No, there's so much inaccurate about that statement that I don't even feel like answering.
Oh.
Michael, Mr. Licks is back, and he says he would take it to straight to 12th floor at Stiefel, have Sato cater, and then look down at everyone. That is from Mr. Licks.
Okay.
That's on brand, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Now, have we figured out, does Licks live like down in Arnold, or where does he live?
Well, there have been unfortunate accusations that is the case. Also, that he spends his time directing the carpool lane at Our Lady of the Pillar in Honda Odyssey. Mm-hmm. Mr. Licks is, I believe, fabulously wealthy. Doug, is he a private equity guy? I think he's a private equity guy.
I believe that's true.
Yeah. And he'll call in sometimes to hold us accountable, but I still have great reverence for him. He might call in with you in here this week. So.
He's a hedge fund guy.
Yeah.
Well,
accurate?
I have a carport.
Yeah, that's right there.
Why don't we start our own hedge fund? You always hear about these young guys who are billionaires. How they do it? Well, they started a hedge fund. Well, why don't we just start one?
I'm in.
Okay.
I just kind of bet on a bunch of different golfers with $10 bets. So that's kind of...
You're never going to make $1 billion that way.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners. By the way, that reminds me.
Yeah, that's a hedge fund.
You got to send me some money. We got another cash call. I got to meet the bookie at the Arnold Water Tower this afternoon. We finna be rich. The cinema at Frontenac was way behind on rent, so that's the reason, Jackson, not the seats, why they closed the doors. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I know I'm digging deeper into it. Yes, I know that they were having some money troubles, but why were they having money troubles? It's kind of what I'm
because the movies
exploring.
they had weren't attractive to large audiences.
There's plenty of theaters that show independent movies that are just fine, so I don't know if that's the case.
What other theaters show independent movies?
Alamo Drafthouse.
What is it?
Alamo Drafthouse.
Where would that be? Sounds
it's
like
in
a
the
bar.
Foundry.
Oh.
Okay.
Very hip spot now, Doug.
Sounds like
a Foundry.
Yeah.
You go there a lot, Papers?
Not a lot. I have I have membership at AMC. So
what does that mean?
You belong to a movie theater?
Well, no,
I'm
private movie. Well, no, it's like a rewards program.
Well, like you get points?
Yeah, so I
feel like that's a brag.
So
I mean,
you
we
get a
all love to
reaper?
be members at places. We can't afford it.
You have $20 American per month.
I have a senior membership at Ronnie's.
Yeah,
Well, that's a brag.
Yeah, like it's just so I have like a financial interest to see it at certain places. But I have gone there plenty, and I love it. It's a great experience.
Are there any drive-ins left in this town?
I think there's one in Belleville.
Yeah, there's one in Belleville. Yeah. I've always wanted to do that.
I think you should take your gal
Yeah.
and do a drive-in movie night.
Yeah, before there's none left at all.
Yeah.
Because that was a real part of Americana for decades.
The only hedge fund Licks has is the jar he puts the cash in after he trims the hedges at his father-in-law's house. That's from the Horse and Woods Wacko.
We knew who that came from.
And unfortunately, they continue to be sideways here on the program. It is 8:05 in St. Louis. Fisher Window and Door Store is the sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour on TMA. Coming up at 9, Gabe DeArmond will be making his first appearance here, fresh off of SEC Media Days, and he was at the Peach Jam?
Yes, Peach Jam.
In Augusta, Georgia, where Missouri had its biggest recruiting signing in, would you say, 8 years probably? Michael Porter Jr.?
2017 since Michael
So
Porter.
we'll get the Colonel's perspective on all of that. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today coming up at 10:45. Podcast the program, and the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door Company. Now been with TMA for a number of years, and it's great to have Jason Gassrow and his team as a part of TMA. Doug, you've worked with Jason Gassrow a couple times. I don't know what's going on with your garage door.
Oh,
but
sure.
You had to call him a couple times.
Yeah, they put in a couple of struts, and I'm fine now, Tim. Thank you for asking.
There you go. All you got to do is go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. Plus, they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners. That number is 636-782-3608. It's going to get the quickest response time if your garage door breaks. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and if you want to install a new one. And then if it breaks over the weekend, they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that you need to get fixed immediately on Monday morning. Plus, they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. It's Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aesthetic Design and Build has been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They are a custom design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. You can check out that showroom and let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions that they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. Outdoor living spaces, expertly designed. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Doug, you requested this. Why?
I did. It gets me up and dancing whenever I hear it.
Sweetness is my weakness.
Yeah.
You're a phenomenal
You
dancer.
danced with sweetness.
I did indeed, at the Collinsville Holiday Inn.
And you've
Walter
always
Payton.
danced with Hall of Fame running backs?
I try to get around to most of them.
Whoa. Back up. Collinsville.
Yeah, that's where Doug meets Hall of Fame running backs at hotels.
You want to explain this?
This was like when Walter Payton was with the group trying to bring a expansion
I remember.
franchise to St. Louis. And he was in Collinsville to give a speech to some high-dollar guys, I guess. I don't know who he was giving a speech to. So we went over there to interview him before we went on. And when we got there, he hadn't gone up and talked yet. So I said, you mind if I interview you real quick for a few minutes out here in the lobby? And with that, he took the mic and set it down, and there was music playing in the lobby, and we began to ballroom dance like the Dickens. Round and round we went, an uncomfortable length of time.
You and Walter Payton?
Me and Walter Payton.
Who was the lead?
Yes.
was
he led. You better believe he led.
So hold
I
on
couldn't
a
believe
second.
what was happening, really.
How long did the microphone stay on the ground before this dancing
it was every bit of a minute.
Oh, that's so
minute
great.
and a half.
We're
just dancing.
Everybody there at the Collinsville Hotel, just like, man, these two should be together.
Well, no, most were inside at this banquet.
So it was just you and
this
him
meeting.
and the
Just
orchestra?
me and him and a couple of random people. The guy at the front desk and my photographer who looked on in horror.
Had Walter been overserved?
I don't think so.
He was sober.
I realize this is why they called him Sweetness.
Did you get the interview?
Yes, we certainly did.
Well, then,
Yeah, the mission accomplished.
Had to dance for it, though.
Did you know? That obviously you're trying to do that.
Yeah, he was a little handsy.
Oh, is that right? He went below the belt?
With the photographer. No.
I mean, I have an obligation to ask follow-ups.
No, but it couldn't have been nicer.
Apparently so.
Yeah, exactly. It's your speed, huh?
Yeah, I usually like dinner and a movie before I'm that easy.
And Nicki Minaj mixed Fusion Moscato.
Yeah. So not at the time he was the all-time leading ground gainer. Of course, he got passed by Emmitt Smith, right? But I still have that memory.
I knew Doug was into bears. That's from the 314.
No, I wasn't really into it. Well, what do you do? What do you do when that happens? Do you say, forget it? No, I'm not like this.
No, you dance.
And do you leave? You
So,
dance.
like, what if, say, Derrick Henry were to come up to you now?
I'd have to dance.
Yeah, you'd have to.
How do you say no?
Right.
Would you lead, though, this time?
He's too big. I couldn't lead. Holla at your boy. I'm a little twink. I mean, if you ask someone for an interview, no matter who it is, if they're a big star and they want to dance, you dance. You learn that in journalism school. I was classically trained.
Not what I thought I'd hear today, but
That's a nice little anecdote about the St. Louis expansion process that ended with teams going to Jacksonville and Charlotte.
Right, we did not get the team, believe it or not.
No, you dance for nothing.
Yeah. All for like a 15-second soundbite.
do you feel taken advantage of?
I did at the time,
All right.
yeah.
Why the hell were they in Collinsville trying to get money?
They were giving speeches
Not
all
fair.
over town. I don't know why.
Maybe in hindsight, you would maybe want to go Huntley, Clayton, Ledoux.
Yeah, that's when he and Jerry Clinton and Fran Murray and Walter Payton, they were all giving speeches for anyone who would sit down and listen to them, trying to drum up support.
Jerry Clinton was a cool dude.
Yeah, he was.
I thought he was cool.
Everybody loved that Jerry Clinton.
He was awesome.
Outside of Fran Murray, I think. You set clear boundaries with your partner and just make sure he asks for your consent before butt stuff. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
There it is.
I dance with Nick Chubb, Obvi. That's from Alan Dadeville. And, of course,
really?
Alan Dadeville is a Georgia fan, Doug.
Glad
He
the Obvi
loves
got in
those
there.
Bulldogs. So this is great. Listeners are texting in which running backs they'd like to dance with, since Doug danced with Walter Payton.
We should ask
Yeah,
Gabe.
top that one.
Ask the Colonel.
Which former Tiger?
Colonel will be with us coming up at 9 o'clock, and he'll be with us throughout the upcoming college football season. Eli Drinkwitz was on Golic and Golic. Last week at the SEC Media Days, Eli Drinkwitz said he'd like to expand the playoffs to 30 teams. And then a couple days later, he acknowledged he might not have done a great job explaining what he was trying to say. So he attempted to do so with Mike Golic and Mike Golic Jr. on their show yesterday. Here is the head coach of your Missouri Tigers.
The big question is, do we go from 12 to 14 or 12 to 16 playoff teams for college football? Well, in my opinion, neither one of those move the needle. You're going from a 9% to 11%. And so what are you really doing when you're doing that? And then the manner of which they're deciding the 16-team playoff field is they want to go 5 automatic qualifiers and 11 picked by a committee. There is not another major sport in the world that has a committee decide who the participants are in the playoffs. The NFL, Major League Baseball, NHL, FIFA, hell, even the Olympics. You compete and settle it as competitors on the field. And so for me, what I was presenting was an opportunity for us to have a 16-team playoff field, but decided with play-in games. So if you did 4 automatic qualifiers for the SEC, 4 automatic qualifiers for the SEC, the Big Ten, 3 for the ACC, 3 for the Big 12, and then 1 for the Group of 5, and then 1 for the independent Notre Dame, so that everybody had an opportunity to make the playoffs. But instead of it just being the top 4 teams in the SEC or the Big Ten, have it as play-in games.
So, do you follow this, Jackson? I really want to follow it because he keeps saying it, and I do agree with the overall premise of these committees.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, now in fairness to Missouri's head coach, there is a committee that determines the NCAA tournament as well, but taking that out of the equation, I do like the idea of it being settled on the field and you win your way in. I still don't follow what he's...
I think he's saying for those automatic qualifying bids, there would be a play-in game for it. So I guess the top 8 in the SEC would play, and then the 4 winners of that would get the 4 automatic qualifiers.
Okay, so, and I realize I'm asking you as if you're representing Eli Drinkwitz. I'll ask the entire dais and hell, I'll the audience as well. So text in or call in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox or 314-974-0101. Is he saying you take the 8 top teams in the SEC and then the winner of those 4 games would then get into the playoff?
Yeah.
But then, so let's just play it out. Let's say you're Texas or Georgia or LSU this year, the teams that are picked to win this thing, and you go undefeated throughout the regular season. You're the 1 seed, and then you lose to the 8 seed, and then that's just it.
That's where I'm kind of, and that's why I don't know.
And I know he's not here to ask that question, but I think he would agree that would be ridiculous.
I think when he said the 30, I think that would include then you get into at-large bids for those teams. But then now a committee's coming back in, kind of contradicting what he said at the beginning of the clip.
I think the 30 is where he's coming from with. He's including the play-in games as the part of the 30.
Okay, the 30
and
games.
I think that's where he said he may not have conveyed his vision clearly. Doug, are you following where he is?
It's all too complicated for me, Tim. I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
You are a meat and potatoes guy. You're folksy as Jackson is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just. It seems like a lot of football, and like you said, if you're an undefeated team, and the SEC is very deep and competitive, and you lose 1 game at the end of the season, now what? You're out. And Arkansas gets in because they got hot at the end?
Right. Well, I mean, do you think that's because he believes that's the only way his team might be able to get in?
Oh! Have fun on Tiger board.
Just an idea.
Yeah. Colonel's going to yell at you.
Because Mizzou is frequently just kind of on the fringe of it, never really in the playoff picture, but close.
Well, like Timmy said about LSU or Georgia, Texas, whoever's going to be undefeated, and then if Missouri can knock off one of those teams in that quote-unquote play-in game, that's their birth, right? Maybe that's his idea.
And that's why I would love to ask him, because I think we would agree that if you are the 1 seed in the SEC after conference play, and then you just lose to the 8 seed, that doesn't make sense.
It's unfair.
That you're just right.
Right.
That doesn't make sense. But I guess if he's saying, well, that's just the playoff, that's just the deal.
He's like starting the playoff early.
He's starting the playoff.
But then again, I would assume that undefeated team would have home field advantage. It'd be a home field game. So you'd be certainly in the driver's seat. But anything can happen any given Saturday.
I don't know. Then maybe
it's a little confusing.
So if that is the playoff, and so you basically have an SEC bracket. And then you have your Big Ten bracket. So you have 8 SECs, you have 8 Big Tens. I don't know how I guess you just have 3 ACC and 3 Big 12 games.
Yeah. Yep.
So then you got 4-4, 3-3. So now we're at 14. Is that correct?
Yep. And Notre Dame by itself, he alluded to.
Yeah, and then the
15.
group of 5, and that's where you get your 16.
Yeah.
Maybe you could just give the champions of the 4 power conference an automatic bid. They get one of those spots and don't have to play in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then maybe that would include even yet another team that would get into that 8-team playoff in those leagues.
Yeah.
Tim, you're right. 8 SEC. They play on championship weekend, extra games on the final weekend. 1 plays 8, 2 plays 7, 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5. The winners make the 16-team playoff. Same with the Big Ten. Only 6 with the ACC and Big Ten. 2 group of 5 or Notre Dame.
Okay.
Well, now I got to tell you, now that I think I'm following it, I think I'm more on board.
Yeah, but what a major advantage that would be to Notre Dame. If Notre Dame is having a good season and they're playing the winner.
Well, I don't know what the Notre Dame rule is always this,
It's really
they got to have a certain record or certain ranking.
But if they just got to
still go back into something that's subjective.
Right. But if you have to go play Tulane or Boise State as opposed to playing, LSU for a chance to to advance in the playoffs.
But isn't Notre Dame in a conference now? Aren't they in like the ACC?
They were during the COVID year, but they're back to being an independent. They have an ACC relationship where they have a rotation of ACC schools as opposed to take your pick.
Like they play Clemson every year now, right?
I don't think they have played them quite a bit, but they don't play them every year.
Do you think they deserve that kind of independent
deserve the answer would be no, and this is coming from somebody who is by blood, I guess, a Notre Dame fan. But if you're Notre Dame, you have a television contract that dictates it, and so you would never ever give in on that. I mean, that's the source of their. They're in a position where they can get that thing, so that's why it exists. I understand it drives people up the wall. Because there is a rule specifically for Notre Dame, but I don't know what the solution is. If they say Notre Dame, you can't be in it unless you join a conference. I don't know how that'd play. I don't know what the legality of that is. I don't know. Notre Dame's in the mix to win the national championship this year.
Doug, you look disheveled.
Well, I agree that they need to keep as many teams, as many fan bases interested in it as long as you can. That's a big thing. I don't know that you need to expand it beyond where it is now, especially 30. I think with 16, couldn't you get the 16 deserving teams? If you're 17th ranked team in the nation, you probably don't deserve to have a chance to win the national title.
But I think his main goal
is it's subjective.
Exactly right.
Right.
Exactly right.
But at some point, it's pretty well known that the 17th ranked team or 18 or somewhere in that range, someone's going to get left out. Only 1 or 2 teams possibly going to get left out to have an argument. It's just going to happen. I don't know if there's any way around it short of letting everybody in.
Now, I like where you're coming from. I think overall I agree with it. For the purpose of playing devil's advocate with our most recent case study, I'd present Ohio State. Because for a number of years, the conversation has been, well, if you're not one of the top 4 teams, you probably didn't belong anyway. And Ohio State, I think, weren't they like an 8-ish, something like that last year? I'm crowdsourcing here, but I know they had to host Tennessee.
Right.
And that was really the one glamour game of the weekend. But because Notre Dame just stomped Indiana and you have Penn State, SMU, something like that. Point being, Ohio State then goes through this gauntlet to win the national championship, and they would have never made the previous playoff, and they became the national champions.
Yeah, there's 6.
They were 6, okay.
Yep. And they beat Tennessee 42-17.
And they beat Notre Dame in the national championship, beat Texas?
Beat Notre Dame in the national championship, yes. 34-23.
But who else did they beat?
Oh, yeah, Texas in the Cotton Bowl.
Got it.
And Texas was a 3 seed.
Well, you seem happy with yourself that you found that on the website.
Yeah. Got to it.
Okay.
Throw out the records. Win your conference. You're in. It's from the 636.
Yeah.
Seems like oversimplifying it.
Well, there was that thought that there should be 8 teams. You should have, at the time, 5 power conferences. Now there's 4. The champions of those 4 are in, and then you figure out the next 4 deserving teams.
I guess the counter to it would be, I'm just trying to pick counters. The counter to it would be also, it takes away from I guess it could take away from the drama of the regular season. It also could have an intense bias on schedules. Mm-hmm. Like, one of the reasons why I think Missouri fans have some semblance of optimism, even though there's a bit of confusion and confusion is the right word. You don't know who your quarterback is. It doesn't mean he's bad. You just don't know. The last few years, usually you're going to have an idea of who it is. And Bo Prabula and Sam Horn, haven't seen him play, is their schedule. You take a look at the top 8 teams that are predicted to be in the SEC's top half this year, and Missouri only plays 2 of them. They don't play Texas, the predicted winner of the SEC. They don't play Georgia. They don't play Tennessee. They don't play LSU. Of the top 7, I guess it is, I think they only play Alabama and South Carolina, and they get both of them at home. So then so much of this would come into, okay, your schedule. If you're not playing everybody, and there's no way to play everybody because there's as many teams as there are now. So I don't know. I have to say, now that we've talked through it and I heard Drinkwitz explain it more, I follow what he's saying. And I like it because I do like to eliminate the subjectivity. I don't know how realistic it is. Gabe will talk about it with us. He's going to be with us coming at 9 o'clock here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing, Michael Wellington in this week, Jackson Burkett on the 1s and 2s, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
You've heard me talking about Auto Loan Pro for quite some time, and the reason is it's one place to go where you can always get that car, no matter what your situation is. Doesn't matter if you've had a hiccup in the past, AutoLoanPro.com is the website that'll help navigate you to that next vehicle. Working hard to get you a vehicle for little to no money down. They'll also try real hard to get you the best rate possible. In fact, they'll get you the best rate possible. And they can do that because they work with over 50 different lenders. They're part of the Lita family of cars. AutoLoanPro.com is the website that features Robert Thomas. He does television commercials for our friends. And on that website, you can also get the free playbook we've talked about, explaining to you how the credit industry works, how you can improve your credit, get a certain car this time, and maybe a different car the next time around. It helps to understand how all of that works. You only need to know one thing when buying a car. There's one thing to know, and that is go to the pro, AutoLoanPro.com. Get the vehicle, get the playbook, walk away happy. You're learning a little something during this process, which is an added benefit to getting that new vehicle. It's AutoLoanPro.com.
Welcome back to Team A 101 ESPN. The show was presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Nice guys.
Yeah, really good guys. Matter of fact, one of them's here.
What?
And it's Terry Crouppen. He's the one who just said nice guys, I think. Unless that was Michael Wellington. I don't know. I don't know.
Hello, guys. Hello. Let's get that mic closer there.
Oh,
so
thank you.
Yeah, you may have to
I would move my chair, but as we almost killed each other
there you go.
getting into
it. Terry, what's going on?
Boy, you know what's going on? It's the summer. And you know what's amazing? You never get over your feelings about summer because of school. I remember the first day of school in the fall, I would sit there almost in tears, just thinking about all the time that I had wasted, and now I had to go a whole year to school before. I mean, I literally, I'm sure I would be diagnosed with depression on those days. I'd sit there lifeless, just thinking about all the fun I'd had, and now I got to go back to school. It was terrible.
And that was usually right around Labor Day. And now I know my son's going back on August 11th. I mean, they've moved it up here aggressively.
They really have, because August was, it was last gasp summer. You really packed it in, It's terrible. And it lasts with you your entire life. I'm happy in the summer, and I'm not happy in the winter.
Even when, say, you're in a warmer part of the country during the winter, does it still carry over?
It carries over, not as bad. I spent some time in Florida, and it's just nice when the sun's nice and
makes you feel better.
And in Florida, the colors, the palette of colors is different. There's a lot of bright blues and greens and oranges and reds and yellows. And here, when you fly into St. Louis from out of town in the winter, it just looks like you're going to go to a gravel pit.
It's great.
It's the prominent colors here in the winter are gray and brown.
Yeah.
And it's just, my God, you want to shoot yourself. If we could ever do something with that Rams money, just make the road, put some palm trees up or something.
Where is that Rams money?
I think people coming in must just want to say, well, how do I get out of here?
I read that the suicide rate is highest like in the Scandinavian countries where the weather's so bad. Dark and grim.
I wouldn't argue that.
Yeah.
Although I think, where is it? Finland is the happiest, most content country on earth.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we ought to move there.
Maybe there. During COVID, my son and I, we were talking one day, and he said, why don't we go to New Zealand and live? And I said, well, I don't know. What would we do? So I ended up calling the New Zealand consulate.
Oh, yeah.
Just, and his job, he was going to find an airplane that we could all go, because we wanted to take everybody. We just wanted to get out of the country. And when I called New Zealand, they said, no, sir, we don't have any interest in you coming to New Zealand.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, they said, we are not accepting any nationals, foreign nationals, because they really handled it well. And they hardly had any disruption of life in New Zealand, which is a magnificent place if you've never been.
So you can't even move there if you wanted to.
Well,
even if
during
you had some
COVID,
money.
you couldn't.
Oh, okay. But you
did I not mention COVID?
You did.
You did.
Oh, thank God.
That's okay.
Wouldn't that be horrible if I left the only important fact I was talking about?
But can you do it now? You could go back
I
now?
think they probably will take you now. But my daughter lived in New Zealand for a couple of years, and it was just, she said, it's just like the United States must have been in like the 1940s. Everything's fresh.
Really?
Yeah, it's a beautiful country.
Is that right?
Yeah, really nice people.
What's going on?
New Zealand calling.
That's New Zealand. Please. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to give me anything free. I've been on the radio, at various stations for like 40 years, and nobody has offered me even a cup of coffee for free. So if there's anybody out there who would like to just Give me something. Just send it on. Send it on in. Don't send it to these guys though, because I don't think I would get it. They just look a little suspicious.
There was a guy who owned a travel agency in Kirkwood named Gwynn was his last name. Gwynn's Travel Agency in Kirkwood, and he used to write an article. And he said he had checked off he'd been to every country in the world, and he said New Zealand was the best place that he'd ever been to. Yeah.
No, my daughter said it was just magnificent. I have a friend of mine who's in this club that you have to go to 160 countries to be in the club.
Mm-hmm.
And he travels everywhere, always going someplace. He's been every place. I have no desire to do that.
Yeah, it's a lot
As I
of-
get
it's a lot of
older,
work.
traveling is just a lot of walking.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to some place, like if you go to Europe, it's 51 churches. I remember being in Spain, and we were on a tour, and we were going, here's another church, and it's all day. And I'm saying, what, is there anything else here except churches? And then the guy says, now we're going to take you to the oldest synagogue. And I happen to be of the Jewish faith, so I said, well, that'll be different.
Mm-hmm.
And when we walk in, it looks the same. He said, oh, no, we converted it into a church. Like,
Welcome.
like the 90 other churches on this block aren't enough. No, it's really remarkable. So I don't travel nearly as much.
Did that make you appreciate America more when you went over there?
Oh, yeah, I think, whatever flaws we have, it is home.
Yeah.
And so it's nice.
I felt the same. I mentioned it earlier in the program. I was over in Scotland last year, and it made me appreciate America even more.
Yeah. No, it's your home. You're familiar. The language, I speak no other languages, barely speak English. And I just, whenever you're someplace, you understand that you can't make yourself. I was in Tokyo once.
Oh, my.
And my wife asked me to get her some sanitary products. She's not a dirty woman, but she wanted me to. So I go into a Japanese drugstore, and nobody speaks any English, and I'm on a mission of mercy to get. And so I'm like sitting there trying to pantomime what I'm looking for. And you can, I don't want to give you any more details because you won't eat lunch. But I'm trying to show a guy what a female sanitary product, trying to get, and he didn't get it? And nothing. He just looked at me like I wasn't talking. And then some nice lady runs up to me and says, you want sanitary? And I said, yes. And she got it for me. But when you don't speak the language, I mean,
it's tough.
You're a deaf, dumb, mute person. You can't get along at all.
It seems like nowadays there ought to be an app where you speak English into it and it spits Japanese out.
There is, but it probably doesn't work as good as you'd
It's
like.
out there. I don't know how well it works, but it's out there.
Yeah, no. I want you to notice what I'm wearing.
What do you got going on there?
I've made the mistake of putting my dog in some of our commercials and on billboards. Her name is Goldie, and she has gotten such a swelled head.
No, really?
She made me wear this shirt down here.
Yeah.
No, she's, people come up to me, and she's the best little dog. But I have to wear this shirt now.
Huh. Well, it's a nice shirt.
Yeah, isn't that cute? And Goldie's guys. It's nice.
People tend to love dogs more than they love people, I think.
I didn't realize it. I hadn't had a dog in a long time. And my wife said, let's get a dog during COVID. And I said, I don't know. It's such a, who's going to train her? And they'll get you up. And she's been the most wonderful thing for us.
Huh. Well, that's
She's
nice.
the best dog.
Goldie.
Yeah.
And why Goldie? What was the...
I don't know. Okay. I always wanted to name a kid Goldie.
Yeah.
I like a name. There are certain names that you can't get mad at somebody who's named that.
Goldie. Yeah.
Like Georgia. It's hard to get mad at a person named Georgia. You can't get mad at somebody named Goldie. Mm-hmm. And that has saved many of my children over the years.
Because you named them names that you
if
couldn't
their
get mad
names
at?
were Damien, I'd have killed all of them.
Doug Damien, the Omen.
Isn't that the worst name?
Well, it's kind of rough. It could be. Yeah.
No,
Lucifer would be a bad one, I guess.
Really, you never Adolf.
Right, you can't do that.
No.
Yeah.
You'd kill him. You did what?
Terry Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, sponsor of this program, have been now for a couple of years. Grateful for it.
It's getting old.
Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, title sponsor of TMA. Now, you say you enjoy the summer. How do you handle the temperatures when it's like this? Do you go outside still?
No.
Doug and I are very pro-summer, but we're dealing with this. It's difficult to...
No. To be honest with you, people are always wearing jackets in my home.
Because you got it so cold?
I got it so cold.
Yeah.
I'm always freezing in the summer. And when I'm always covering up with a blanket. I just like that. I like to be not cold, but I like to be in the cold, but covered up so I'm not cold.
I'll be darned.
That's my favorite resting position.
But you don't like winter that much either, because that's when you go to Florida.
Don't like it. The winters aren't real pretty here.
No.
Amen.
Death and destruction
snow
you described.
is nice. It's hard to drive in, but I just wouldn't drive. But it's just cold and dirty outside.
What part of Florida do you go to?
Naples.
Nice.
Naples.
Big St. Louis contingent.
But I have
Naples.
people that stay at my home, so don't think that I leave it unguarded. I have a full-size silverback gorilla roaming the home.
Nice.
So don't think it'll be a fun...
Is his name Adolf?
Yeah, Adolf, yeah.
Do people recognize you when you're in Florida?
No, and let me tell you, I miss it.
Do you really?
Every time I see somebody and they look in my direction, I look and I say, yeah, it's me. And they don't know me.
Happens all the time in St. Louis, I guess.
Oh,
right?
yeah, in St. Louis. I even have
Is it a daily occurrence?
If I go out, yeah. Yeah, and I have I showed you the Brown and Crouppen hats?
Yes.
Well, I have a hat that says Ann Crouppen, and it's brown. And it's an IQ test for a lot of people. Why is it just Ann Crouppen? I said, look at the color. And when I wear that, I mean, it's like a little clue.
Yeah.
Because to be honest with you, I really like being recognized.
Oh, do you? Really?
Oh, yeah. My kids were in town from California, my grandchildren. And a bunch of people would come up to me and, very nice. Everybody's so nice. And the kids said, why are people coming up and talking to you? How does he know so many people? And so now, because they were getting really, thinking I was special. So I'd look at people, I'd walk up to people, I'd say, look at my hat. And, just because, you want your grandchildren to think you're special.
Sure. Well, I'm sure they do.
Well, we'll see. We'll see at the reading of the will. We'll see.
Terry Crouppen with us here on TMA. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program. Terry, always good to see you and always good to talk it over. Thanks so much for coming in.
Take care, guys.
There he is. That's Terry Crouppen,
Enjoy
Brown and Crouppen.
the short little rest of the summer.
Yeah, Doug's coming to an end.
Let me get out of here. Bye,
Terry
guys.
Crouppen with us. Thank you, Terry. Terry Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this presentation now for 2 years here on TMA, and we are grateful for Brown and Crouppen support. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Missouri fans, college football fans, Gabe DeArmond going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock. On the other side of the Cardinal, or the break, Jackson poses this question: when's the last time the Cardinals had a truly fun team? Doug, think about that question for you. We'll have that for you. It's next, TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Kansas City Royals plan to call up 45-year-old pitcher Rich Hill from the minors to start against the Cubs today, making the left-hander's 21st season in the majors. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you like this one?
Well, it's okay, I guess.
You love it. Snoop and Dre.
Katie Wu in The Athletic this morning. Mizalak will not simply sell for the sake of doing so. Capitalizing on returns and bolstering talent for the future remains imperative for any potential trade candidate, and this includes Fedde, whose 4.83 ERA and 1.470 WHIP will likely not bring much in return. But trading him will open up a spot in the rotation for Michael McGreevy, who went 7 innings and only allowed 2 earned runs last night in the Cardinal win over the Rockies. This would still qualify as a future forward move, regardless of return. But in Nolan Arenado's case, a trade at this time remains highly unlikely. Arenado entered play on Monday, hitting just .241 with a .680 OPS, and has not homered since June 21st. The thought process is if a team is in need of a third baseman, they're going to be knocking on the Diamondbacks door, Doug.
Yeah.
For Suarez.
Suarez
had
a big year. He's got 34 home runs, 35. Towards the Cardinals.
Mizalak said, if something were to make sense that allows us to feel like we're improving for the future, then it might be worth a conversation. I don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we don't want to explore anything. So that is John Mizalak. And Jackson, your question here in the Stiefel dossier, which will feature Gabe DeArmond joining us here in about 8 minutes, asks what question, sir?
When was the last time the Cardinals had a truly fun team, a team with both fun personalities, leadership both in the dugout and in the field, and productive young characters who fans could root for as they develop?
2022 is the answer, and I actually think it's an objective answer, because you not only had a really good team, you had an organization that was aggressive at the trade deadline, acquiring Jose Quintana and Jordan Montgomery. You had leadership. You had the Albert Pujols story. You had Wainwright. You had Molina. You also had Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt. You had a team that it really is. Anytime you lose, of course, it's unfortunate. But I think in particular, that one was really rough, because that was a really good year, both from the Pujols standpoint with 700 home runs, but also the division title. And then they run into Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola. And, Doug, it was about a 24-hour stay in the postseason after winning the Central Division.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a fun team. Good team all the way around. And the Pujols certainly was the icing on the top of the cake there. That was a fun year.
The thing is, before that, I know you can say, well, the 2019 team went to the NLCS, but, I don't know how many people would really break this down, but of Cardinal playoff teams since 2000, I felt like that was the weakest one to win a series, and maybe the weakest of the lot. I'm not including 2020 and 2021 as playoff seasons, but I guess you can if you want to. 2020 was an outlier with what was going on, and 2021 was a one-game playoff. But yet they beat a Braves team that was damn good, and then they got wiped off the field by the Nationals. But I didn't really feel like that team captured the imagination of St. Louisans. But the team did have a run in 11, 12, 13, and 14 of going to NLCSs and, of course, a world championship and another pennant in there in 13. And then in 15, they won 100 games. So you just had this ridiculous run. But as far as a team that I would say was the last fun team, I'd say 2022.
Okay, we answered that question.
Well, yeah,
or at least Tim did. 2022.
To think on 2019, you had Flaherty's second half, which I think did make fans excited, and I put that in
of
there,
course.
The young players for the future, because that was an exciting time. And then you kind of think like a team like, oh, this team's good, not great, but then they make it to the NLCS, get wiped off the field, like Tim said. But I think like leaving that season, you're like, all right, some things to hang your hat on, Even if I wouldn't necessarily say the team was super fun.
It's always special, I think, when a team does make a move at the trade deadline and gets one or two, maybe three pieces that add some excitement. Those guys contribute. It's like they're getting you over that hump where you need to go. I can remember, 85. It
Cesar
was
Cedeno.
Yes, 87.
Dan Dreesen.
Thank you.
Doug from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Dan
Is that where he's
Dreesen.
from?
Yeah, that's always cool. I mean,
82, Mike Ramsey got a perm.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. It was a nice one, too.
We should all
big,
get perms.
full head of hair.
Let's get some perms.
I'm going to have to probably
We can get
just
you
withdraw from the field.
Staple one on.
WD?
Yeah, WD. It seems like the Cardinals underwent some kind of change in management mentality around the end of 2015. Won 100 games that year with Matheny. Seems like the organization has been in decline in regards to talent evaluation, prospect pool, payroll, etc. Not sure why, but it seems like right around that time the organization began to change. That's from the 314. I like that text quite a bit. I am a big fan of that text. I do consider that to be a benchmark. I think another element to the discussion of around 2015, and maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's related to the Cardinal organization, 2015 was when the Cubs arrived on the scene. And not just in beating the Cardinals in that series, but they were beginning to do this, and the Cardinals started to do that, because the team of the first half of the decade was, without question, the Cardinals. You can't have a world championship, a pennant, 4 straight NLCS appearances in a 100-win season and not be the team of the first half of the decade. And then the Cubs arrived, and as opposed to the Cardinals ratcheting it up, say like the Yankees and Red Sox did in the 2000s, the Cardinals just kind of like stood pat. And you look at the 2016, 17, 18 rosters, and they were just kind of middling, but they didn't take a direction. And I think for me, the reason why I get frustrated is my expectation. And I think the expectation of the fan base is that they won't do anything bold at the deadline. And yes, you love it when they can bring a player in, but you also, if it's not going to happen, like it when they take a stand and go, okay, we're just going to move on. We've got to part ways and try to have a strategy going forward to improve. Even though we might have to take a step backward to do it, we'll take 2 steps forward in doing so. And I feel like the organization, for the most part over the last decade, has not done that, and I think that's what frustrates fans, whereas countering them right down the street, you feel like you can expect the Blues to do something. And I think that having an organization like the Blues right down the street holds it up to fans how clearly it is when you have an organization that is willing to be bold versus an organization that's willing to stand pat. And I think that frustrates fans. It's 9 o'clock in St. Louis. Gabe DeArmond is going to join us coming up in the next segment. The Colonel is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net. 314-961-4800. He's been my insurance agent since 2019. I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. Go online, type his name in a search engine, and you're going to see 425 5-star reviews with people raving about the customer service they get from James and his team, but also how James and his team go out of their way to aggressively try to save them money. It's James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Gabe DeArmond next in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Let me tell you about a local gem. That local gem is Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Greg Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years, and that means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right, they handle everything with your insurance. So you just drop it off, and then they're going to take everything from there. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located in West County. You can call them at 636-227-5050, or you can just swing on by Dents Express and tell Gray that you heard about them on TMA. It's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live. Oh, Missouri is where I live. Missouri is a wonderful.
Whose magic is this?
Her name is Tina Streisand, Michael.
Tina E, that's right. You don't like it?
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm concerned.
Don't put words in my mouth.
All right.
It's TMA 9 o'clock hour is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Brown and Crouppen is our presenting sponsor on this program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. Michael Wellington is in with us. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And on those Callier and Thompson phone lines, making his first appearance of the 2025 football season that will end with Missouri's first national championship in a win over Notre Dame, Doug. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Gabriel P. DeArmond of PowerMizzou. Good morning, Colonel. Listen to this gallery. A gallery like this?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's the word? What's the good word? Yeah, listen to this gallery. They're charged up here, Colonel.
Yeah, that was all the sponsors that are just lining up for this segment now.
Clip that off. Now, SEC Media Days were in Georgia, but so was the Peach Jam. And Gerard Hamilton of PowerMizzou, he was in Atlanta. You were in Augusta for the Peach Jam. And tell our audience what you saw down there and then how it all culminated with the big news on Friday with Jason Crow Jr.
Yeah, I mean, I was down there for a variety of things, but the main thing was Crow was announcing on Friday, and we were pretty confident that he was going to pick Missouri, so that was a big deal. Kid put on a show, really, his last two games. I mean, I think he scored some 61 points on 39 shots, 38 shots, something like that. He shoots the ball a lot, but it goes in a lot. As good of a scorer as has been coming to Missouri in a long time.
I guess the thing you have to worry about if they're too good is they don't last very long, right? 1 year and out. Is he that good a player, you think? He may be a one and done?
Yeah, I think you assume you have him for a year. It's possible just because he's a 6'2", 6'3" guard and, not a bigger player, that it's possible with NIL you could keep him in college for 2, but I think you just have to go under the assumption you're getting him for a year, and that's all it is.
Gabe, who would you compare him to for audience members who have not had a chance to watch him play?
Yeah, I'm real bad at this. Our basketball guy, Drew King, compared him to D'Angelo Russell, who was at Ohio State and later went on to play, I think, with the Lakers. As far as Missouri guys, I mean, just pure scorer, Jabari Brown, Jordan Clarkson type. He has everything. I feel like Jabari Brown was mostly a shooter. Jason Crow scored from everywhere. I mean, he was 7 for 10 in one game from 3-point range, and these are NBA threes. But he has a really good mid-range game. He drives. He gets to the free throw line. So, I put him in that Marcus Denman scorer-like category. Even I think you can go back to Kareem Rush and say he's got a chance to be the best pure scorer Missouri's had since then.
And I see he's going to play a game in Columbia on December 6th in a high school classic against Principia High School. It'll be fun to see him.
Yeah, it's the Norm Stewart Classic. They, they used to do that a lot where they had a game or two featuring kids that were going to Missouri. I feel like more in the last few years, it's just more been local players, in-state teams. But, yeah, he'll be there on December 6th, which I believe is the day before the Missouri-Kansas game in Kansas City.
Huh. Nice. Well, who else has Mizzou got? Any other recruiting news we should know about?
No, that's it for right now, but they are in contention and in a good spot for another 5-star kid named Tony Bryant, who is a power forward out of Florida. He's going to visit in September. Then the other 3 guys, Tristan Reed, who was a St. Louis kid, but going to Link Academy. Ethan Taylor is a Kansas City kid who's going to Link, and then a kid out of Arkansas named Aiden Cronister. Those are all top 75 players in the country, and we expect Missouri's class to consist of some grouping of those guys.
Nice.
Colonel, also last week you had SEC Media Days. We want to reemphasize this, that the preseason rankings are ham and egg at best. But Missouri was projected to be 12th. That is not where you have them. I think some Missouri fans were surprised to hear that coming off of back-to-back double-digit win seasons. Your reaction?
That is exactly where I expected them to be picked, honestly.
Oh, is that right?
I mean, I would pick them higher. But
Okay,
it's where
got it. All right, yeah, that's what I thought. I read from you, but you thought that that's where the media would pick them.
Yeah, and the reason is real simple. First of all, I mean, you're asking people who really only follow one team to vote for this, and it's not an insult to those guys. My vote in this would also be worthless. I don't know much of anything about the other 15 teams. I mean, I assume Georgia and Alabama are going to be good. Texas probably good. But I don't think that I know enough to do a poll or a ranking of these 16 teams that should matter to anyone. And also, look, the SEC media, it's real simple. They don't really think of Missouri. Like, if the SEC media has a choice between, well, South Carolina or Missouri, well, South Carolina's been around longer, and there are probably more people that cover South Carolina, so they're getting the nod. Same with Tennessee and Auburn and all, Oklahoma and Texas have the name recognition, and Texas A&M is the media darling every August. I think this is the 92nd consecutive year they're picked to make the playoffs in August. So we'll see how that goes for them. Maybe this will be the year. But I just don't put a lot of stock in it. If I'm Eli Drinkwitz, I'm absolutely using it with my team and telling them everybody hates them. But the outside view of this team is, hey, they lost a 3-year starter at quarterback. They lost the second-round draft pick at wide receiver, who probably should have been a first-rounder, a first-round pick at offensive tackle. They can't possibly replace that. And, I don't expect people who don't cover Missouri to know what they did in the portal, because I don't know what anybody else in the SEC did in the portal.
But from the standpoint of the portal, it actually was a pretty productive offseason, correct?
Yeah, especially on defense. I mean, Missouri thinks it has the best defensive ends in the country, maybe the best front seven in the SEC. And that'll go a long way. Obviously, whoever wins the quarterback job, they feel good about. They brought in the leading rusher in the Sun Belt. They brought in a guy that should have been a first-team All-SEC player at wide receiver. So they like this team. Whether they're right or the voters are right, we'll see. The other thing to remember, and I wrote about this yesterday, last year, do you know what the difference was between finishing 4th and 9th in the SEC?
Record?
Nice.
Tiebreak.
The team's record. Oh.
They all were 5-3.
Oh, really?
There was a 6-way tie at 5-3. So the difference between 5th and 12th in this league is one game, 2 plays,
In last year, certainly. I mean, 4 games come to mind that could have gone either way. And in those 4 games, Missouri was 3-1. They got the ones in Columbia, and they lost the one in Columbia, South Carolina. Colonel, let's talk about Bo Pribula and Sam Horn. For those that are, I guess, close to the program, I think it would be fair to say. There are rumblings that Sam Horn is catching people's attention. And Bo Pribula, of course, is the guy who's coming from Penn State, the backup to Drew Aller. And so the assumption would be that it would be his job. But that might not necessarily be the case. So here we are. Next week, things get underway. You've got this week of silence in between the SEC Media Days and camp getting going. What have you heard?
Yeah, coming out of spring ball, I heard good things about Sam. They really liked how he was playing. The guys on the team really like him. And James Carlton actually sent me your guys' segment from yesterday and said, "Tell me if I'm way off. If we're way off." And I said, "The only thing you're way off on is your opinions of Billy Madison, which is an all-time cinematic classic."
Unbelievable! And just like that, Jackson Burkett, host of Movie Boy, has been taken to task by the Colonel. Jackson, it's only fair to give you equal time to respond.
Hey, different strokes, different folks. Whatever blows your hair back, Colonel.
Yeah, I enjoy that movie. I've seen it 100 times probably.
Nice. I'm champion your love of it. That's just not for me.
Jackson's a champion of your love.
Champion of your love.
If it's on, I will tune in and watch Miss Veronica Vaughn for a few minutes.
What a guy!
But no, as far as Sam Horn, like I think it's a legitimate competition, and I've been just reading our message board, and it's very bizarre to me. Anybody who gets invested in, I want this guy to win the job or I want that guy to win the job. All you want is the best guy. Like, that's Eli Drinkwitz's job. He gets paid $9.5 million a year to pick the best guy, and he's done it so far. I mean, 2 years ago, there were a whole bunch of people that were really disappointed when Brady Cook won the starting quarterback job. And it turned out, I think it's fair to say, Eli probably made the right call there.
Right. What do you think Sam Horn's future is with baseball? Is that an issue? He got drafted by the Dodgers. Is there a chance that becomes the priority, or where does that stand?
No, he can. I mean, I think a lot of people don't understand. He can sign and still play football this year. Like, Drinkwitz was pretty clear, and I thought it was pretty obvious. Like, Drinkwitz was not going to go into fall camp knowing there was any chance that true freshman Matt Zollers is one play away from playing. And that's not a disrespect for Matt Zollers. You don't want to put a team that you think has playoff hopes in the hands of a true freshman quarterback coming off a pretty significant injury. So I think he always knew Sam was going to be on this roster. And he said last week that Sam and his people told the Major League Baseball teams, look, he's playing football this year. Now, that does not mean he can't sign. He has until July 27th. He could sign with the Dodgers, get the signing bonus under the understanding, I'm playing football this year. I will report to spring training or to wherever you send me in the spring. All it would mean is he's not going to play rookie ball in October because he's playing football with Missouri. So he has until, I think it's 5 p.m. or something like that on July 27th to sign. If he doesn't, then he goes back in the draft next year. The bigger concern from Missouri's standpoint isn't is he playing football this year, it's is he playing baseball for us next year? Because obviously if he signs with the Dodgers, he's not pitching for Missouri next year.
Gabe DeArmond with us here. He'll be with us throughout the college football season. Colonel, friend of the program, and of course with PowerMizzou.com. Eli Drinkwitz has been making some appearances, certainly SEC Media Days where it got going. Yesterday he was on Mike Golic and Mike Golic Jr.'s program talking about his idea for playoff expansion. I want to make sure I follow it completely correctly, and so looking forward to getting your perspective. What he's saying is you would take the top 8 teams from the SEC, and then on conference championship Saturday, those teams would play, and then whoever wins of those 8, those 4 then go into the 16-team playoff. Same with the Big Ten. Same thing would go on with the ACC and Big 12, except they would only have 3 games. So therefore, at that point, Gabe, you have 14 teams from those 4 conferences, and then the remaining 2 spots, one's group of 5 or 2's group of 5 if Notre Dame doesn't get in. Is that a fair representation of what he is championing right now?
If I understand it correctly, that's accurate. What he's wanting is play-in games for the playoff, not, some people misrepresented that and said he wants a 30-team playoff, and that's not what he's calling for. Now, here's my issue with that. Like, in my issue with, because this is something that the Big Ten and the SEC were talking about, right, on conference championship weekend instead of the conference title game, which is meaningless because the top 2 teams in that league are always getting in. I mean, it matters, are you the 1 or the 6 seed? But, like we've had a lot of conversation. Do you actually try on conference championship weekend, or do you sit out your quarterback so you avoid what happened to, I think, Georgia last year, which is getting your starting quarterback injured in that game? So I think my problem with it is if you have gone through the entire conference season and you are the number 2 seed in the SEC, you are the number 3 seed in the SEC, you are going to be in the playoff. Why should you have to be forced to put that on the line against a team that you were better than all regular season? Like, if Missouri's the 7 seed and Alabama's the 2 seed, why should Alabama then have to play Missouri for the chance to get in the playoff? They should already be in. I don't like the play-in idea because I think you earn that spot in the course of the regular season. And I understand what Drinkwitz is saying. I mean, it does keep even more fan bases involved for even longer. And I guess it would kind of be the equivalent of what basketball does, which is, you might have gone 0-19 in this league or 0-18 in this league, But you go to the conference tournament, and if you win the conference tournament, you get in. The problem is, I think, in this case, you're really taking a bid from somebody that has already earned it if there's an upset. And I don't like that idea. I don't think it's I think he has some good thoughts. I don't think it's the worst idea, but I just think if you've earned a spot, you should be in.
What do you think of the system the way it is currently? You okay with that?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, I like that. I think it's probably good after seeing it in action a year that they got rid of the automatic top 4 seeds, and they just, hey, you get an automatic bid, but you can still be seated 11th or whatever it is. I think after seeing it in practice, that probably makes sense. I mean, I'm fine with the 16-team playoff because, hey, it's still tough to get in. It still keeps everybody engaged, all that. I wouldn't hate if we just went ahead and gave 12 a shot for a couple more years instead of immediately after 1 year saying, no, we need to go bigger. But, hey, these games are worth a lot of money, and they're going to go bigger. So I'm fine with 16.
Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com. That's where you can get your coverage throughout the course of camp and then leading into the opener on the 28th. And then the following weekend, Rock Chalk Jayhawk comes to Columbia for the Border War. Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for the time.
All right, guys. Appreciate you. Talk to you.
There he is. It's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on the goings and comings and goings. Doug, would you like to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling? I got them as a sponsor of this email of the day, which we got coming up at 10:45.
Yeah, hopefully you won't need them, but the weather, as hot as it's going to get, you better hope your air conditioning is functioning correctly. Maybe you need Design Air out just to do some routine maintenance, or maybe the whole thing falls apart. And then for sure, you're going to need Design Air and the men that Seth Goldcamp has put together for his team that come out and get you taken care of. They've been doing this since 1904. That's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy in the St. Louis area. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the oppressive heat or the St. Louis cold. They have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solution. So visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. These people do outstanding work. They've been out to my house, and I can tell you firsthand, this is the company you want working on your air conditioner. They're also home with a handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Michael, Larry is the Silver Fox, so that's who you're going to want to request. Doug's taking a liking to Larry. I think Cletus enjoys a guy named Jake or something like that.
Is that right?
Yeah. So,
okay.
How is Cletus?
He's a wonderful ball striker.
No doubt.
And he can get up and down from damn near anywhere.
He's not afraid of a box of wine, if memory serves.
No, doesn't scare him at all.
Great short game.
Email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It comes up on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45 on today's program. Doug, unique situation in college sports yesterday where a team offered lots of money to join a conference and was told by that conference, well, we're going to pass on your offer.
Oh, no.
We'll explain that story coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tribute to Zach Randolph.
Zebo.
Mark Cohn. Right? Is that who this is?
That's correct.
Right.
COHN.
Well played.
Nicely done.
I don't get very many of these. I'm the worst at music trivia, knowing the names of songs.
You know the
and
years
artists.
I've noticed.
I don't know any years, Tim.
You knew the artist there, too.
Yeah.
This was a huge hit.
I feel like 93 is live, but I feel like 91 is more live.
I would have guessed earlier than that. But I don't know the years,
Yeah,
Tim.
now I feel like you might be trying to bluff me off the pot and represent that you have 9s.
I'm going to go 94.
God, I don't think 90's live. I'm going to go 92, Jackson.
Can we find out?
It was 1991.
Oh, good gracious.
Okay.
Man, I needed that today.
You did? You were down before this?
Yeah.
It's a real impressive skill.
Oh, it's so worthless. It's so worthless. And as Joe Buck has conveyed, it's really annoying. Doug, Memphis wanted to join the Big 12. They brought $200 million to try to get in the Big 12.
$200 million?
Yep.
There's a nin in there.
Over the past year, Memphis has been building a proposal to join the Big 12 in exchange for about $200 million. Why don't we start a conference?
God, I guess we should. We'll start with Memphis. You're a charter member.
Now, what they were doing is doing a bunch of sponsorship deals. So this is from Yahoo Sports. But even with the $200 million offer, the Big 12 has told Memphis that they are not interested.
That had to hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good offer.
I mean, you would think that that would get the deal done. The proposal to add Memphis did not even reach a vote of conference presidents.
Oh.
The source told Front Office Sports on Monday.
I feel bad for them.
It was clear relatively quickly the interest was not there, the source said. The proposal reportedly included multiple components. Memphis would not take media rights distribution from the Big 12. I mean, this is a wonderful deal. They're not necessarily presenting themselves with a whole lot of confidence, so they wouldn't get any money from the Big 12's contract with Fox and ESPN for 5 years. The program also promised about $150 million in sponsorships over 5 years. And if the marriage didn't work out, Memphis offered to leave the Big 12 at the end of the 2030-2031 season.
Still wasn't good enough. They don't drive a real hard bargain, but still can't get it done.
Big 12 presidents reportedly spoke Monday about the offer, but it ultimately did not garner enough support to bring a formal vote. Big 12 bylaws require at least 12 of 16 presidents to vote yes on expansion, but they never even got there. The Big 12 commissioner has been bullish about boosting league revenue as the House versus NCAA revenue sharing era began, prompting all D1 programs to search for more income. He's also been working to ensure the conference can compete with the Big Ten and SEC, the two richest leagues in college sports. But even with Memphis bringing $200 million to the table and not asking for a share of the television contract, that was not good enough to even get to a vote. Just last Friday, Memphis was placed on NCAA probation for 2 of their athletic programs.
You wonder why they even
and basketball.
Why you would even want in if you're not going to get a piece of the TV money? Just to have a better schedule, I guess. The Big 12 is already at 16 teams. And while most of them are big state schools, they do have Cincinnati and Houston that are in there, similar to Memphis. Mm-hmm. But I would expect if you go 17 teams, that would kind of be awkward, wouldn't it?
Couldn't you get rid of BYU and let Memphis in? I mean, what's BYU doing in that conference?
Well, they bring a football team that's top 20 every now and then.
Yeah.
Not a lot of pro football right around there, so you do have a lot of some interest charged up in there.
Just an idea.
Why do you hate the Mormons?
Let's see what I got here.
That's not what I said.
How many teams are in?
I just counted 16.
Is it 16?
Yeah. It would be 16 team presidents. And then,
So then maybe the issue is having a 17th team?
So they got to find like a dance partner?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So I'm thinking to myself, why, if he's been straightforward about they need to get more revenue, that you got one that's not taking any away, but they're bringing in $200 million, why you wouldn't entertain it?
Right.
So then you got to bring in a dance partner, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
A package deal.
But it's like if you're really hurting for money, like 1 year or 2 years where you have kind of lopsided, an odd number, you know. And NL Central was kind of an odd number or a weird number for a while there. You know, why not?
Memphis is more on an academic fit with the SEC, if you know what I mean. Like that's from Pele Blanco, and I feel like he's taking a shot at a number of schools in the Southeastern Conference and their academic reputations.
The Big 12 is far from the Ivy League.
Shady papers to
shout out to all our friends in Stillwater, but I don't think that they're splitting neutrons over there.
Maybe Memphis could get somebody like SMU to go in with them. SMU might be interested in the Big 12.
Yeah.
Aren't they a member of the ACC?
ACC, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
What would your
Doesn't make any sense that Stanford is also a member of the ACC.
Yeah, exactly right.
I hate this. I just hate it.
Michael, we can never talk about this topic without it reverting to Doug getting angry about who's in particular in the ACC. I think that one sets him off more than anything.
Is it because of logistics or just
geography? Doesn't mean anything anymore. Stanford and the Atlantic Coast Conference. Come on,
doesn't really
Big 12
No.
geographically is probably the most aligned, I would say. UCF kind of throws a wrench into that a little bit. And West Virginia for that.
But you would think SMU would be right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
$200 million. That's not.
SMU could come up with that too, probably.
Yeah.
Then you'd have 18 teams, and you've raised almost $500 million right there.
Is that kind of snooty of the Big 12 to say no?
Without a good reason. If they said, sorry, we're at 16, we're at 16, we're full. That's what we wanted. That's what we have. We just can't take anybody anymore.
If you could get another school to come in for another 200, that's 400 total. Why not?
It's certainly not for what they like. Memphis was a 5 seed in the NCAA tournament last year.
Yeah.
Before the football season, they were kind of picked as like the Power 5 team to watch. They've had moments.
Recognizable head basketball coach.
Certainly so.
Penny, I got a text from a 618 number that says, can we talk about the WWE? And Doug, I believe that number in the Air Comfort Service text inbox is the number of Larry Nickel.
Sure.
Oh, good.
And we will have the WWE recap coming up here. So, Larry, if you can stay on hold, we will get to you. Doug, what a treat it's going to be because you didn't get a chance to watch it last night.
I didn't get a chance last night. That's what it was.
So,
did you tape it?
I haven't taped it in 30-some-odd years.
Well, you're going to get recapped with Larry coming up. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in to compete. Michael Wellington is filling in as Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing this week. And Larry Nickel will be with us next year on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Just go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not just pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals are back in action this evening out in Denver with the sought-after Eric Fedde start this evening. That's going to be a 7:40 p.m. first pitch against the Rockies. That was our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See you on the Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Your time is up, my time is now.
Man, this is good.
You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise form shining now. You can't see me, my
It's now. Hard not to get fired up when you hear this.
Do any of the words make sense? Surrounded by each other?
I don't know what you're trying to say, but I don't like your tone. I'll say that.
Are you not getting this?
No, I don't get it. This is nonsense.
This is art, Doug.
It isn't
Thank
art.
you, Michael. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
I brush my teeth with Colgate. That's music, do you?
I really enjoyed it.
Did you?
It was eye-opening.
Okay.
Jackson just described in his Sports Center update is the Cardinals enjoying the sought-after Eric Fedde start tonight in Colorado.
Well, I think the fans are the ones who, are
Want to see more of him?
Longing for Eric Fedde. What a battle tonight. The guy who's pitching against Bradley Blakelock has an ERA of 9.97.
Nice.
Well, that's what happens when your team is 50 games under 500.
And you pitch at Coors Field.
I couldn't believe how many people were there last night.
Yeah, they're drawing better than the Cardinals.
I was about to say, they're drawing better than the Cardinals.
It's a great ballpark.
Let me see if
It
they
is
had
a great ballpark.
giveaway or something.
I was
last
there
night.
for Albert Pujols' first ever game, Doug, 2001. Was Mike Hampton the starter in that
I
game?
don't know.
Mike Hampton.
I think he might have been. Somebody will check on that. But right now, we're about to get informed by Larry Nickel here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Larry, welcome to 101 ESPN. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine, Larry. How are you?
Fine. And that song you were listening to that you were complaining about?
Oh, you like the song, did you?
That was John Cena's entrance music.
John Cena's entrance music. Okay. Odd,
Yeah.
but okay. All right. So what happened in the presentation last night that we need to know about?
Well, if you were took notes,
I didn't.
you could follow along with me.
Okay.
But I will recap you.
All right, thank you.
There was a triple threat match
Sick.
to determine the number one contenders to the World Tag Team titles, held by Finn Balor and JD McDonough of the Judgment Day. And the tag teams that competed were the New Day, the former World Tag Team champions, the Creed Brothers, and that Latino World Order.
Ooh, nice. Is that a take on the New World Order, which, of course, was Hollywood Hogan? Is that big, sexy Kevin Nash, Doug?
I don't know.
It was.
Yeah, he was in there. Check this out. New World Order.
So cool. Okay.
The Latino World Order was created by the late, great Hall of Famer Eddie Guerrero.
Was it?
R.I.P.
Amen.
And the winners of the triple threat match are the LWO, and they will now have a future World Tag Team title match against Judgment Day.
Sick.
Okay.
So sick.
And while I'm on the subject of the Judgment Day,
What?
the two ladies that are in the Judgment Day, Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez, who are the current women's tag team champions, they defended their titles last night against Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, because Bayley and Lyra were supposed to have a match at WrestleMania. But no thanks to that Irish last kicker, Becky Lynch, took Bayley out of the match. So they gave Bayley and Lyra the match they were supposed to have at WrestleMania.
Okay.
But, here's the but. The winners and still women's tag team champions Raquel Rodriguez, and Roxanne Perez.
You never know what these riders might come up with.
How are you talking about, Doug?
Okay. Well, anything else? Any other big notable matches? Any belts change hands?
I like cookies.
No belts changed hands last night.
Okay. Well, all right. Is that the wrap up, or is there more?
No. I think
fries.
Oh,
Larry, more.
Well, unfortunately, we have the heart out at the top of the hour. But do you have the top 5 countries in the world?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Number 5 will be Grimy from South County.
Doug, that's a gentleman who lives in South County.
Grimy.
He's now a sovereign nation.
Grimy
And
from
top
South
5
County. Okay.
Number 4 will be Austria.
Austria. Okay.
And of a surprise appearance for Austria, but then at the same time, we've had Honduras, so anybody's live.
Right.
Number 3 will be Italy.
Okay.
Good
My wife will be delighted.
Number 2, Canada. And number 1, United States of America.
Still number 1 after all these years. That is so nice.
Listen to
Comforting.
Cool in the Gang. Is it JT Taylor or JT Thomas?
I don't know. Well, all right, Larry. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug, and God bless America.
Thank you, Nixie. All right.
Hard not to feel a little red, white, and blue charging through your veins.
It is. It is indeed.
What an American.
Always nice to hear we're still number 1. Austria creeping up on us, though. I don't like that.
Yeah, keep an eye on Austria.
They're lurking.
And Grimy from South County as well.
Now, do you think he paid to get that mention?
Who? You think Larry's running a YOLA scheme?
Wouldn't you if you were him and you could get away with it?
But what do you gain by being the 5th
What
ranked?
does Joey Vitale gain? I mean, every Friday, like 4 different companies are mentioned during his soliloquy.
But they don't get ranked in the top 5 in the countries. I don't get where the return would be. But I know Austria got in there, pretty much dead center of Europe there.
Yeah. He just kind of rolled over for Hitler.
What's it like when you have to explain to people that have never heard this show what it's really like?
I don't even try. I apologize.
Michael,
sorry.
The program is going to be celebrating turning 21 years old here in 4 days.
Legal.
And it's legal now. And yet still incredibly intellectually stimulating.
I just want to apologize to all the listeners who just listened to this entire segment and learned nothing.
It happens frequently. We're not proud of it.
Hey, Doug, shut up and watch this. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling up Doug's boobs. Ha. Thanks, Mr. Tim. # free perk. That's him, Brian Henshin, who's getting ready for...
What a horrible text. What a really horrible text.
He covers the Indianapolis Colts for the Indianapolis Star.
With writing like that.
Has Perk been suspended indefinitely as well?
Jackson, I believe, is reaching out to her to appear on Movie Boy.
Yeah, I could see that absolutely happening.
Yeah, you think she's a movie buff?
She likes movies, yeah.
She loves a Wes Anderson movie, and that essentially is the ticket to get on Movie Boy.
I remember.
You have to like Wes Anderson
That's
films.
not necessary. Well, that doesn't hurt. I just remember when we had her on the first time, she said her favorite movie was the Darjeeling Limited. And I was like, "This is
the what now?"
A bit obscure.
It's like what many would consider Wes Anderson's like worst movie. Well, I don't think it's his worst, but it was just surprising. I was like, that's a hell of a pull. So seems like she might be into it. Seems like a prime candidate for Movie Boy.
Has she responded to your messages to be involved?
We're in the pre-message state.
What does that mean?
It means you've texted her and she hasn't texted back?
No, not even that far.
Okay.
You haven't sent the first text yet.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay.
But what are you waiting for?
Well, it's not that I got a schedule. I won't need her for a little bit.
Oh, you won't?
Oh, who's coming up?
We're talking about Eddington this week.
Just you?
No, my buddy Gareth is gonna come on.
Oh no, this guy wears a shirt with 3 shades of brown.
That would be Herb.
The well-hung Herb.
Herb doesn't want
Gareth has competed in a chicken winging eating contest
That's
with the
right,
TMA Live.
Also a South African gentleman, Gareth.
Well, you got a real thing for these South Africans, don't you?
They just come into my life. I don't know what to tell you.
Is it the accent?
He doesn't really have much of an accent. His parents do. It's wild. It's pretty cool.
So it's the accent.
Well, he doesn't have it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
and then some other
Retief
friends.
does.
One of my friends who's a filmmaker is going to hop on with me this week as well.
Matty
Talk about
Dreads.
Eddington. No. This would be more commercial, I would say.
What kind of films does he do?
Yeah.
Short films. He's in the early stage of his career.
He does little videos for TikTok.
No, he does not. He's a legit in film school.
Okay.
What, is TikTok not legit?
Oh, it is. But this is more of a, like, traditional filmmaking.
I ask because I don't know. I'm not on TikTok.
It's mostly just 5-second videos of things, right?
No, longer than that. Longer than 5 seconds.
10 seconds. 15?
It can go all the way up to 8 minutes.
Okay.
That's what revolutionized TikTok over something like Vine, which was very similar years ago.
Yeah.
Vine limited it to 7 seconds, and you could only get so
It's
much
only
in.
7 seconds? Is
Yeah,
that right?
that was
Really?
what Vines were. Chairman, that's correct, right? They were like 7-second videos with Vine.
Yeah, it was definitely single digits.
Yeah, and they limited, hard limit there, whereas TikTok, you can go pretty much as long as you like, which is great.
So educational.
Yeah, it really is. It's what we hear. It's like the first day of school every time you walk in this studio.
I definitely feel
Tell Jackson I'll come in and do an episode with him, and we'll just discuss the cinematic genius of Michael Bay. That's from Carlos Spicy-Weeder.
Well,
not my genius. But I've had a bunch of people reach out and be like, "Hey, I'd
you
love
do
to
have
hop
a
on."
number of people. Yours is the type of program where listeners reach out and feel free to host with you.
People like movies, and they want to talk about it.
Doug, it's Movie Boy.
And that's why I started the podcast. It's fun to talk about movies and movies you like, movies you dislike, this, that, or the other, and people like doing it. So
Even like 2 hours straight.
yeah, well, yeah, it's segmented. It wasn't like a 2-hour soliloquy. I had breaks in there, but we're chugging along. I got a vision here.
top 3 directors of all time, go.
All time.
That's right.
Scorsese's in there.
Scorsese, Hitchcock.
Wow.
Tough not to say
Didn't
John
see that
Ford, but I'll say Spielberg. I'll say Spielberg.
He didn't want to say it, though. He
Why
didn't want to
not?
say it.
Spielberg,
It's too commercial.
Hitchcock, and Spielberg, Hitchcock, and who else did I say? Scorsese. Yeah, there you go.
All right, solid. I didn't think you'd go Hitchcock. That's a little before your time.
I mean, if you like the movies of Scorsese and Spielberg, you have to appreciate what Alfred Hitchcock did. He's the kind of the pioneer, the landscape artist of modern movies.
I am a Movie Boy lemming. I listen to the podcast, Michael. I recommend it. Now, again, he does talk films, but for the most part, it's attacking older people for screaming at the screen.
Yeah, it seems unfair.
I'm pretty sure that when I had my cup of coffee at St. Louis U High that I took film class, and we watched a lot of Hitchcock movies that made me fall asleep, therefore ruining my academic prowess and causing me to be not eligible to play basketball. Really,
No!
I blame this all on Hitchcock.
No.
No, I feel you.
Were you cut by Gary Kornfeld, too? Because this show has this long-standing grievance.
I played for him. He was the guy when I walked in there. He said, "Wellington, you're ineligible." I said, "Well, why?" He said, "It says you're failing film."
If only you would have known Jackson back then, he could have gotten you through.
Were there like tests, or was it like discussions based on the movies?
There was tests.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I treat it as more of like a nap hour.
Sure.
When you go back and watch almost any of those movies from the 60s or so, they're really slow compared to what you see today.
For sure.
Very little action.
But like North by Northwest, like you could still watch that right now. And
Yeah,
it's pretty
that was-
incredible.
yeah.
Psycho, too. I mean, it's certainly a blueprint for modern
But
horror.
you don't get near as much of the action and special effects that you'd get.
No, but you get practical effects. You talk about Spielberg.
Jackson, what's your favorite Chris Farley film that comes from Steven time?
Good question.
Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy?
Yeah, I mean, that's Tommy Boy's awesome.
It's a classic.
He would have been in a lot
That's
more.
a film that I'll watch it over and over again.
Absolutely.
Brian Dennehy, Doug, David
Brilliant.
Spade, Rob Lowe, and of course Bo Derek.
Yes.
I'm not sure I ever
Derek
saw
and
the whole
Tommy
thing.
Boy. You've never seen Tommy Boy?
I don't think I have.
Tommy Want Wingy?
Yes, you have.
I don't think I have.
Doug, you need to see it.
I'm
if you
starting to
haven't.
wonder if you love the United States.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I was so into journalism.
Yeah, Bo
A lot
Derek.
of movies, silly movies. I don't know that I could fit them into my schedule.
Bo Derek.
It's comedic genius.
She would have been 38 in Tommy
Yeah.
Boy.
That's it.
Yeah.
God, watch it in high school. I'm like, oh boy, she's got to be upper 80s. She's 38. Yeah. My God.
Well, how old was she in 10? She had to be
I'm just
early
doing
20s?
some math then. Yeah, I guess like around 21 because 10 was right around 1979, 80.
79. Yeah, so she would have been 22. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Movie Boy, why don't you come up with an original name? There have already been 2 other failed podcasts with the same name. Here comes failure number 3. This will just be like Mizzou in the NCAA tournament against the Missouri Valley School. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Stop it,
and
Hermaphrodite.
He's been targeting Jackson for years, Michael. He accuses Jackson of having a Frank Haith body pillow.
I was unaware that there was other podcast named Movie Boy, but I assume that a lot
Do you
of
feel
podcasts.
like you might be dealing with some litigation?
No, not at all. I assume there's a lot of different shows that have similar names. I know of several morning after shows. Kelly Stafford, Matt Stafford's wife, hosts a podcast called The Morning After.
But they don't have Larry Nickel.
They don't. Damn right they don't.
Nice.
Nor do they have Granny from South County ranked in the top 5 of the nations.
Or the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
That's correct.
Yeah. And if it's not for you, it's not for you, you know? Now, what I don't necessarily need is you telling me it's not for you. Just, listen. But I get it. It's going to come. What are you going to do? Like I said, I'm going to keep plugging away.
When's the new episode come out?
Saturday.
Every Saturday, new episode.
Every Saturday
Kinda
for the month of
tough
July.
time
Well, I'm going to, once the month of July ends, we'll do a different kind of schedule. This is just for the month of July.
Why? What's with the schedule?
It's some behind-the-scenes stuff that's not incredibly interesting or important. Just that they're coming out on Saturdays.
Hey, I'll trust this Jackie Papers. Whatever he tells me, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, but then, once that, I want to do like a Wednesday, Saturday kind of release schedule.
I'll come in and do 2 things for movie men. Rip the olds for their Velcro shoes and soft foods. And then number 2, I'll break down No Country for Old Men. When should I stop by? That's from the Horny Banker.
No Country's
No
awesome.
Country for Old Men. You want like a spike driven in your forehead? Is that what he's advocating?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's like an air gun, like a bolt thing that they do the bovine.
I like the movie where Lexington Steele bravely removes his knee brace to free up that jackhammer. That's from Deke Dotem. Doug, you know Deke Dotem.
He's been suspended indefinitely.
I need to mention Deke Dotem. I would be remiss if I didn't.
You would be remiss.
A couple of weeks ago, I had to go up to a golf tournament in Endicott, New York, and I met a buddy of mine in Detroit, and Deke Dotem was nice enough to let me keep my car on his property. He has like 4 different garages.
This guy, Dotem, Doug, by sending in text to this show, he's accumulated wealth.
That's how he got his money?
I didn't ask, Doug, I don't need to
4-car
ask.
garage.
Yeah, there was 4 options of places to park this car inside of a garage.
Were you trying to hide the car or something?
No, I was trying to make sure it didn't get broken into while I was on the road for 7 days.
Okay.
Now, one of the things I had forgotten is I didn't know if you had made him free again.
No, he's suspended.
Doug has not liberated him, Michael.
What does he have to do?
Well, he's got to stop being vile, nasty.
I feel like he's a good man. He let me keep my car there.
He loves America. He's seen Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
Did you see some of the stuff he wrote into me?
Well, that was a long time ago. Maybe he's matured.
Yeah, these wounds.
Hey, Doug, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
When we win the Open, will you please free Dot'em?
There's Michael's player this past weekend on the Corn Ferry, Chris Nagel, asking to free Dot'em.
No.
I remember that. Oh, that was
There's a lot of people in prison that would like to be freed, too. Said, well, hey, it was 20 years ago. I'm sorry, you killed a man.
About a month or so ago, I was in Colorado. We were at the U.S. Senior Open, and I was staying with some people, and they were asking me questions. They were like, what's the wildest thing you've ever heard while you're caddying, or what's the most interesting thing? And I told them that at Shinnecock, we heard Free Dotem screamed on many tee boxes, and these people are like,
Really?
what does that mean?
That's
and then
a good
I had to explain to them who Deke Dotem was. I showed them his Twitter page. They were all very enthralled in that.
I bet they were.
Especially if you've seen that photo.
Oh, gosh.
Doug, how proud does that make you?
It makes me ashamed of myself and him, especially.
But he's started a revolution.
Does he have
Doug.
any remorse at all about some of the things that
we
he
didn't
wrote
talk
in?
about that.
Okay.
That's between you and him.
He's proud.
All right.
I can't really get in the middle of the two of you. I just was curious. I was going to try to petition on his behalf because he's been so great to me.
Yeah. I was once offered lifetime free pizza at a restaurant in town if I'd free him, and for the life of me, I don't know why I didn't take him up on it.
What pizza was that?
Man,
I think it was like Rich and Charlie's or something like that.
Let him loose.
I should have, kicking myself now. I was waiting for better offers, and none ever came in. Now I've lost a pizza deal.
Did you mix in a salad? They got a great salad.
Yeah, I would
there.
like to have.
The program is called TMA. That's the voice of Michael Wellington. He is filling in this week. Martin is vacationing in the Hamptons, and we'll be back on Monday. I will be out on Thursday and Friday. And we'll all be back together and celebrating gloriously on Monday. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim, have you talked about the passing of Malcolm-Jamal Warner? Yeah, we will do that on the other side of the break. Theo Huxtable passing away yesterday. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL is where you can talk it over with other listeners, and you can watch the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, who is vacationing this week. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt and the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The number to call in, 314-974-0101. The number to text in, 314-399-9646. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, and compete against the legend that is Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache. And that's coming your way at approximately 10:45. If you're not feeling particularly good, maybe feeling a little sluggish, maybe you've noticed you've been putting on some weight and not putting on muscle like you used to, this is an opportunity to get tested to check your free testosterone levels at Mentality. Mentality, longtime TMA advertiser. I went out there and I got tested. Very easy process, in and out within 20 minutes. Friendly staff, simple process, and good to know my levels. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that helps you be the dad who can keep up with the kids, the husband your spouse knows you can be, and feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information. Mentality physicians have helped guys discover and address other health conditions during routine checks. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It's fast, easy, and it's safe. It's Mentality. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information from Mentality. That is Mentality. Cardinals and Rockies tonight. Jackson's describing it as the sought-after Eric Fedde start. Here is Ali Marmol on the Cardinal win last night with Mason Wynn.
It was good to see him just sprayed everywhere. I mean, you look at him being able to pull the ball there and then go to the backside. I mean, that's his game. He can do a little bit of everything and beat you in a lot of different ways. So a really positive day for him.
Base hit. So this start is so coveted because if he has a good one, maybe they can trade him, or maybe the Cardinals will win and they get even closer to securing that wild card berth. Daddy likey.
Daddy likey wild card?
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, is that why it's so
Is
sought
that why
after?
it's coveted?
No. No, not at all.
Okay.
Do you think this is Eric Fedde's last start for the Cardinals?
I mean, it's bizarro world. It should have been 2 weeks ago. Should have been his last start. So,
But they're
no.
still not sure about McGreevy, who just went 7 innings and gave up 2 runs. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to cut it here.
Who are you trying to fool? Who?
Doug, who are you trying to fool?
Who are the Cardinals going to try to fool? Like, someone will take Eric Fedde. Like they're shopping Eric Fedde. Like, who's going to take him?
Yeah.
And you think a start at Coors Field is going to get him right and make people want to sign him or trade for him? I don't get it at all.
Has Liam Doyle signed yet?
Yes.
Let him go.
He got $7.5 million.
Let him pitch. He's ready. He's an absolute animal.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen him pitch?
Yes.
He is. Michael has a close relationship with the head coach of the manager, I should say, of your Tennessee Volunteers, and that, of course, is where Liam Doyle come from. What did he tell you? What did Vitella tell you?
He loves the guy, as just a guy, and then his stuff is electric. He's one of these guys. I think when he got to Tennessee, he was throwing like 92, 93, and by the time the end of the year rolled around, he was throwing 99. But just the kind of guy that I think didn't have to pitch in a game that got them into the Super Regional. He said to Coach Vitello, "Hey, put me in." I guess he put him in at the end of the game. And the story goes, he went to he was going to the bullpen. He said, "Hey, I'm going to go down to the bullpen and warm up, and I'm not going down there just to warm up. Like, you need to put me in this game." Because if they won that game, they got to the Supers. But just from a stuff standpoint and a mentality standpoint, the kid he's a little bit of a maniac, but that's the kind of guy you want, I think, to get people out.
That's what the Cardinals don't have.
Exactly.
Is anybody with a big personality.
Right.
They drafted another Tennessee pitcher. I think his name is Tanner Franklin.
Correct.
Who throws close to 100.
I'm not quite as he's a hard thrower. I'm not quite as familiar with his personality or anything like that. But it seems like with the Cardinals got the kid from West Virginia last year, right? JJ, how do you say his last name?
Weatherholt.
Right. Seems like they're doing a little bit better with who they're picking, and I hope they hold on to these guys.
But we always think that. We've been told that for years. That, oh, boy, you won't believe who we got in the first round. Well, and one year it's Gorman, and the next year it's Walker, and we think, these guys are going to be stars. And then they get here, and, what happened? Maybe it'll be different now.
From a pitching standpoint, they could certainly use some pitchers.
Yes, they could.
Jim Bowden this morning on The Athletic has the Cardinals in the category of buyers or sellers or both. They joined the Rays, the Rangers, the Diamondbacks, the Angels, the Guardians, the Twins, and the Royals, Doug.
Like they could be buyers?
He says the Cardinals are building for the long term, and that won't change at the trade deadline. That doesn't mean they won't buy if they can land the right starting pitcher without giving up any significant pieces for their future. I feel like I could have ChatGPT write that.
I have a front office question.
I am taking front office questions. Doug probably is not.
Yeah, I don't know if I got time.
Hopefully you guys know the answer to this. So when Mozeliak steps away, is he still going to be associated with the organization, or is this a see you later, I'm done by?
That is a good question. I have asked him that. We have asked him that on this show a couple different times. I have theorized in the past that he would leave the baseball side of the organization. Bill DeWitt would ascend, as in the third, to the chairman role, and Mozeliak would take over the business side for Bill DeWitt III. I do not think that to be likely anymore. And by the way, this is like speculation festival. I just get the sense that he just wants to get away for a little while, and
been doing it a long time.
I just think I also think that, versus say a few years ago, with the way things have gone in 23 and 24, and doesn't look like it's going to be magical in 25, that the equity of having him as your face for the business side of the organization is probably not there. And so I would be surprised if that's the direction the Cardinals went. But I used to think that that's what he would do. I thought he would go to the business side, like the Bill DeWitt III side, the ballpark village, the apartments, be an ambassador in that capacity. And now I think probably from both perspectives, by that I mean the Cardinals and his, I think he just wants to get away. I don't know if he'll get back into it with another team. What do you think, Doug?
I think he will.
You think he will?
He's not old. He's
not
56. So I would think maybe he'd take a year off to kind of catch his breath. And then some other team would likely give him another shot based on this lengthy track record here. I mean, it hadn't gone great the last couple of years, but for the previous 2 decades, it certainly went well. So I would think he would want to keep working. I don't know for sure, but I would think at some point he's going to want to get back in it and probably will.
He will be the president of baseball operations for the Rockies within the next 5 years after a break. That's from the 314.
He is from Denver, so wouldn't surprise me if that happens. I'm sure the Rockies are ready to make some changes.
It looks like it is.
Yeah.
God, but what would they want to mess with?
I just keep the train right on the track. When you can go just be 52, what are they, 52 games under 500, you got to like that. And you got to want to maintain that if you can.
Wanting Eric Fedde on your team is just as bad as having a 140-yard 7-iron in the bag. That's from Mr. Siders and Michael. To bring you up to speed, unfortunately, Mr. Siders is sideways with Jackson over his 7-iron carry distance, which Mr. Siders is saying is 140 yards.
Yeah, no, what's the crazy part is it gets funnier and funnier every time he mentions it, and he doesn't sound like a weirdo.
Wait, he hits a 7-iron 140?
No, I hit mine like $150, and it's like his only material.
Wow.
You sound like you're...
Is that bad? Is 150 bad?
Let's be better. What's up? No, I don't say. Last time I checked, they score golf by how low you shoot, not how far you hit certain irons.
Very true. I mean, I've seen it.
How far do you hit your 7-iron?
Like 175.
You son of a bitch.
I wasn't trying to insult you.
Well, you did. You did. In a big way.
We had Joe Buck on the program, and he was fresh off of playing the American Century in Tahoe. And we asked him that question, and he said it was about $190, but he wanted to add that the ball flies in Tahoe, so it's a different program.
Did you ask him who caddied for him?
I did. We didn't talk that.
I wonder who he had looping.
Oh, I thought you might have known. That's why.
No,
he played with Shane Victorino and Chase Utley the first day.
Okay.
And he played with Nate Bargatze.
Joe's a good player.
He is. Yeah, he loves that event. And I was listening en route to the station today. I was telling you this right when I saw you. Taylor Twellman, regular on Balloon Party back in the day.
Decent athlete.
Oh, my goodness. Was on and talking about how he is kicking himself for not winning the thing. He was in position to win it. And his uncle, Jay Delsing, was texting me when we were talking about it with Joe Buck. And it's like he has just a dreadful short game because I think he hit 48 of 54 greens in regulation. Can you even imagine
gracious, that's a big number.
I mean, but yet he just couldn't birdie anything. So Taylor's on the podcast with Colton Oast and Drew Stoles. Doug, you call him the sleaze man, right?
I always have,
It's way back. About he was workshopping his short game issues. I recommended listening right there with Movie Boy, by the way. I'm on Movie Boy, and I'm on that podcast. And Jackson and I did a podcast yesterday, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. What's the title of this episode? I'm a St. Louis 6.
Oh, yeah, I'm a St. Louis 6. Yes, yes. We were kind of like ranking ourselves.
That's what you think you are, Jackson?
No, I said I'm a St. Louis 6.
You think you're a St. Louis 6?
Yeah.
What's the criteria for that?
Well, I think I've got a few things going against me. Number one, personality. But really, the thing that if I were on like a Bumble profile, I think the height thing would be really problematic. I think having a concave skull is a negative, but some women are into that, and I don't want to kink shame.
Yeah.
And then the hair loss thing has just really been problematic. I also have 2 young children, which I can't imagine.
Yeah, you're married. You're off the board.
But if I'm just ranking, we came to the conclusion St. Louis 6. Then the people watching the podcast said if I were outside of the 270 loop, I'd become a 9.
Oh, goes up.
Wow.
Huh. And somebody said I was a Festus 11. So I don't know. I don't know these sliding scales. You know,
Festus 11.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Jackson, what did you think you were?
Oh, I didn't rank myself. I don't know.
Well, could you do that now, please?
Yeah, 5 or 6, probably. You know, pale.
That seems kind of low. A 5?
Yeah,
6.
I think 27-year-old over 6 feet tall. I think those are a couple of things. I think you're too down on yourself.
Are you that pale?
Oh yeah.
Really?
He overrates his paleness and his baldness.
It's not, maybe the baldness, but not the paleness. There's no doubt about that. That's just. But I've been saddled with that my whole life. I know that going into it.
You ever think about getting outside, getting a little sun?
Spend all
vitamin D
as much time as I can outside. Usually with a shirt on. You know. Well, I like my forearms aren't pale. Like the parts of my body, but my face stays pale.
Huh.
Always is. Ain't not much you can do about it.
You ever think about getting bronzer?
I told the story about when I tried putting self-tanner on before a first
Doug,
date.
would you like to hear Jackson talk about
I'd like to hear that.
So it was a first date. It was a lunch date.
First date.
And
Michael's already down.
I was really self-conscious about how pale I looked, and so I found this
So it was a blind date?
No. But I just wanted to. I was like.
So you guys had met and you were ghostly.
In my mind, no. It was like on the app, and like in my mind, she was like, "Oh, this guy's kind of pale," and I would show up with more tan skin and already like one in the win column. But I bought this self tanner,
like lotion that you.
Yeah, it's kind of like a lotion, and I put it all over my face. And there was bad lighting in my old bathroom, so when I arrived at the date, of course, looking more tan, what I didn't realize is that this self tanner had a bunch of glitter in it. And the girl asked, "Why are you covered in glitter?" And I didn't want to say the truth, which was I was covered in self tanner. So I did what any smart person would do and said, "Sorry, I was spent all night at a strip club."
Yeah. So
that's been.
And again, this was a lunch date, so I would theoretically have either not gone to sleep,
days,
or just come from there,
Is
not
that
showered.
what happens when you go to a strip club all night?
Not showered.
Yes.
Yeah.
They spray you with glitter.
Well, no, they don't
Glitter
spray
gets on you.
It somehow finds its way on your person.
Right.
So
Safe to say there was no second date.
Did you put it on your hands and neck?
Yeah, but mostly it went on my face. Yeah, it was tough. So, yeah, it just
you get
shows
out
you
of that?
never be ashamed of who you are, you know?
So you just went through the whole date with the glitter on your face?
Yeah, again, saying that I
How did it
been in
go?
a strip club. Not great.
Was that the last date?
It was a one and done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That was Jody
gave it a
Meeks.
run.
One and
Her
done.
call or yours?
Hers.
Yeah.
oh, really? So you would have liked a second date?
I would have liked a second shot, you know?
Oh.
Sans Tanner.
Well,
After you put the tanner on, you didn't look in the mirror?
I did. There was bad lighting. I couldn't tell that there was glitter in it.
Okay. Lots of glitter, too. Huh?
Yeah.
at least you're accountable.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and I lied, too, and said I was getting a strip. It would have been better if I
How'd
just
she
said I
like
was wearing
that?
self-tanner.
That you told her you were at the strip club all night.
Confused, eyebrows raised. Because then you have to
Not
think
shocking.
I would have not showered if I'm still covered in glitter.
Was it you were working on this show?
Yeah, oh yeah. This
Oh,
has been
how
like
did we not
22 or
we
something?
buried the lead.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was tough.
Huh. And even as you got out of the car, you didn't bother to look at yourself real quick in the mirror, like everything good here.
Nope.
You didn't do that.
Nope. Just
No, the
certainly
lighting,
did not know
the
this.
lighting in the bathroom ruined him.
Yeah. Well, then when I went to the bathroom after I've been told, then I noticed it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, rats. I didn't think of that glitter.
Tough to get that putt back. You want it back.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Yeah,
Just
yeah.
can't get him back.
Chairman Kurt has just texted me to say, will you let the listeners know that if they're listening on the TMA app, they'll need to switch over because of the settings when I'm running a sound story. Thank you. So I gather he is down the hall doing a sound story at 10:30.
Yes. So if you're listening on the TMA STL app, switch over to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on TMA STL on YouTube or the 101 ESPN app, 101ESPN.com. All of those places you'll be able to listen to the show live.
So that is what is going to happen at approximately 10:30 when he begins doing a sound story. I think Courtney Landrum's doing it today.
That's
if I'm
right.
not mistaken. Yep. Courtney's one of my favorite people going. Just in general, from 106.5 The Arch.
Yeah, love Courtney.
She's great people. All right, I'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email day. It comes your way at about 10:45, 10:50. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Martin Kilcoyne for our friends at Together Credit Union, TCU.org. We talk a lot about different mortgages that are available to you, different types of loans. But we also want to talk about our community contributor loans for the folks who are making a difference in our community, first responders and our teachers. If you're a community contributor, they've carved out a mortgage program just for you. You can stop by any of the 14 branches around town or go online, check out the rates. Getting a mortgage for the first home, second home, whatever process it is, it gets a little bit stressful, but you can count on Together Credit Union to get it all done here in town, in-house, everything, all that paperwork, everything that needs to get done. The process can get complicated. Together Credit Union keeps it simple. So many different loans and different types of loans available, but also for our friends that are making a difference, the community contributor loan, something available at Together Credit Union. Go online, togethercu.org, member NCUA, for our friends at Together Credit Union.
Oh, Doug. Mac Miller.
Is this old Mac? Okay.
Man, the
Is he
ladies
still
love
up and
this
around?
guy.
Ladies love Mac Miller. I mean, he had Ariana Grande as a longtime love interest. Anybody else, Jackson?
Of famous-wise, no.
No?
No, he had a longtime girlfriend.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, before Ariana Grande. But not a
But then
celebrity.
Ariana came knocking on his door and he freed up?
Yeah, they broke up, and I don't know what the whole
Was
deal was.
Ariana the side piece?
No. But I bring this because Mac Miller bobblehead night at the Pirates
Mac
game.
Miller bobblehead night.
At the what game?
The Pirates game. He's a Pittsburgh native. And they had their highest home attendance of the year because of Mac Miller bobblehead.
That?
Really?
Now, you have to think some of that's resellers, which sucks. But I hope it's a lot of people showing their respect, won the little totem from a great artist who's taken too soon.
Michael, I just glanced at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 196 friends are still gathered. That's a high number for the 10 o'clock hour. And they love having you in.
How kind.
Yeah, how about that? Welly is an awesome fill-in. That's from Jake and St. Jen. It's nice having any kind of fill-in when a regular cast member is out. That's from Who's Your Daddy? Well, I mean, the bench, back in the day, Jennings was a regular, of course, friend of the program, the great Jennings Randolph
He was very
Jr.
special.
He was indeed.
I'm not in that caliber, but he was awesome.
He was indeed. Chuckles Marlowe.
Oh, my former co-host.
Former co-host, Nick and the Badger,
My
as if I
goodness.
need to say that. And so, the bench is a little shorter these days, and you're kind enough to come in, but you're usually not available because you're out carrying golf paraphernalia, is what you call it?
Don't call it.
That's what he said earlier.
While I'm thinking about it, I did have the wonderful opportunity to run into producer Joe at the Dave Matthews show about a month or so ago.
Did you really?
To see his landing
It's
strip?
great to see. I did not ask about the landing strip, but it was good to see him. I hadn't seen him in a long time. We got to catch up for just a few minutes. He's doing very well.
I ball struck with him and Doug and Chairman Kurt a few Fridays ago.
It's a nice foursome.
It was a wonderful pairing. And Chairman Kurt, who's not in here, he's running a sound story down the hallway right now. I don't know if we talked about this on air or not. He shot even on the front nine, and he's like a 16 handicap.
Hello.
And it wasn't like balls bouncing off the stick and falling in. It was unbelievable.
Fairway green putt.
It was just outstanding. It was really, truly good.
It's a talented man in many ways.
I'm telling you. And he'd never broken 80, and unfortunately, the back nine got him.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah. But the front nine, he was riding with Doug.
He lost his rhythm when a storm hit. We had to stop playing for a while.
That's right. Otherwise,
there was a weather delay?
Otherwise, Holtgreave and Sean Brennan were on notice. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's coming up. Martin Kilcoyne wants to tell you about Design Air Heating and Cooling, even though he's not here.
Martin Kilcoyne talking about Design Air, which is the longest running TMA sponsor. And that is a distinction. That means that they've been loyal to this show and you've been loyal to them. That's how it works. DesignAirService.com is the website. Pretty easy to remember that. Always tell folks if your thermostat isn't triggering properly, you know what that means. You set it to 68 or 70 in the house on the thermostat, but then it's coming in at 72, 73. It's just not cooling off the way you want it to. Could just be a little tune-up that you need. Go to DesignerService.com, the website where you can set up the appointment and get that award-winning service that we've been talking about for years on this show. I've known about Design Air going way back. Tim got me hooked up with them. I'm over 10 years ago, I would say. And this company's been around for more than a century. So it's a St. Louis-based company. St. Louis employees. It's been voted great places to work. There's a bunch of lists out there like that. So the employees are happy. The customers are happy. Find out why by setting up your appointment at DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about 10 minutes. I'm told Chairman Steve in Wildwood is on the line, and he wants to talk with Michael Wellington.
Oh, is that right?
Chairman Steve, you are on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning.
Okay, stop screaming at us.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, well, screams
How you
at
doing,
us.
fellas?
We're fine. You?
I'm doing great, Doug. It's a little warm out here. Got to powder up, keep me from sticking to my thighs. But,
Where are you now?
Well, you going to give me a lesson while you're in town? This is unexpected, but very good.
It would be my pleasure to give you a lesson.
What about early Saturday morning?
How early?
Are we booking lessons on the program now?
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Whatever time you want me to. I could be there 6, 5.
So you're available, is what you're saying, at any time.
Well,
I think 5's a little ambitious.
uh-huh. Yeah, you don't drink, so you're up early.
True.
He's not going to be there at 5.
Is the sun up at 5, Steve?
I don't know. Come down and, actually, you can stay at our place if you want. Bring a gal there.
What are we doing sleepovers now?
Doug, you want to sleep with any of the listeners?
No, not that I can think of.
2 bedrooms. Michael can bring one of his coolers there or whatever. Usually we start out the lesson. I smell his finger and guess the age of the broad he banged.
Oh, no! You can't say that.
Steve.
And
You
Jackson
can't
just
say
got rid of
that.
him.
Are you crazy?
Did you cut him?
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
you cut him. I guess
Block him.
I guess we'll
Doug,
get
you
to
want him
one.
blocked now?
Block him. He just got suspended.
And he's gone.
Yeah,
Just
suspend
like
him.
that. And now my phone's ringing. It's probably the law. My phone
Wow,
is
that
ringing. It's the law.
took a
That one that
drastic
worked on
turn.
HD2.
Sure did. He's
Goodness,
suspended
Steve.
a period of 2 days' time, and I'm hitting him with a 20% tariff.
Wedding Tackle says, yeah, Wellington is the man. I didn't even think it needed to be said, but he is a good fill-in. That's from Wedding Tackle. There you go. Look at that. The endorsements are coming in.
Tip of the
Fast
cap.
and furious.
I was shaken by that last call.
Yeah, Steve was a little wild there, wasn't he? Stephen Wildwood was wild.
They're not happy that Iggy. Why is Iggy playing on the mobile app? What does that mean? We're talking with
because
Chairman
it's-
Kurt.
yes.
The reason is in the TMA studio. That's where the mobile app feed comes through. That's what we use oftentimes for Sound Story. Usually the sound stories are done after 11 a.m. Today one is at 10:30 with Courtney Landrum from 106.5 The Arch, and that is where Chairman Kurt is, and so he had to switch off the feed. So if you want to listen to the feed, go to YouTube or the 101 ESPN app, or Doug, you can just listen on your radio. Like
Boy, that'd be old school, wouldn't it?
Has anybody seen Iggy?
Sure.
I texted or talked. I feel like what did I see him recently?
So at the wedding.
The wedding, that's right. Yeah. And he was. I did an Instagram live yesterday while doing QFTA, and he was in there answering questions.
Yep.
So yeah.
Congrats to Plowboy and
absolutely.
his missus
Madison,
on the nuptials.
Doug performed the service.
Really?
He did. He really did. And he
That's
did a
what I
wonderful.
said
He was
when they
hot
asked
and
me to
fire
do
as a hell. What was that the last weekend in June? So probably about a month ago.
I did a lot of preaching.
Are you qualified for that?
No. You only have to go on a website to get
Well, that's
qualified.
what I mean.
Yeah.
Did you at least do that? Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's good.
It took
G-Unit
5
out,
minutes.
home slice, with the dice. What?
Where'd they go on their honeymoon?
They were going to the Dominican Republic.
Nice. Is that where we lost Malcolm-Jamal Warner?
No, he was Costa Rica.
I did deep tease that. That was Costa Rica, 54 years old, Doug Theo Huxtable, drowning. He had, after, he'd been on a variety of shows, certainly most known for Cosby Show, of course, but been on a number of shows, and then kind of got away from being a public figure, married, had a daughter, and passed away, I guess it was Sunday, in a drowning in Costa Rica. I mean, some of the greatest scenes from 1980s television were Malcolm-Jamal Warner and Bill Cosby's interplay as the only son in the Cosby Show family.
I would agree.
Yeah. When he got an earring, Bill Cosby not on board. When Denise designed a shirt for him.
Denise.
Doug, was Denise played by the great Lisa Bonet, who was married to Jason Momoa?
I think so.
Who was in Minecraft?
Okay.
Was Jack Black? Am I right
she
on all
with
that?
Lenny Kravitz at some point?
That's
too?
Zoe Kravitz's Lenny and Lisa Bonet's daughter.
She was kind of strong, like, for a bit there.
But she was married. I'm pretty sure she's married to Jason Momoa.
Am
I off on that? This is why having Movie Boy here is so great.
Well, she definitely, yes, she was married to Jason Momoa from 2017 to 2024. She was married to Lenny Kravitz in the late 80s.
Yeah.
Which, when they had Zoe Kravitz.
Doug, there you go.
Okay, but
She
no
has
longer
several-
married to Jason
no.
Momoa.
No, they divorced in 2024. They have
Oh,
a
no.
couple of different children.
Okay.
A couple different ones.
Well, yeah. That was semantics. Just that they have multiple children.
All right. Okay.
So there's your Jason
You've
Momoa.
been following Jason Momoa for years.
I haven't really. Not
You
so
enjoyed
much.
him on Game of Thrones. He was a Dothraki.
I didn't watch that, no.
You tried to get into it, but you
I
just saw
tried
like
on
people
multiple
walking into the
occasions.
woods.
Yeah, it would just be people staring into space, surrounded by rocks. And I said, I don't really like this.
There's Doug's review of Game of Thrones.
All 8 seasons.
If you're interested
Staring
in
at rocks.
watching the program, I'm interested in Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, located on Manchester Road in Baldwin. No insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. They have a membership plan that aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they built brand new offices with the most modern technology for the patient experience at the front of the mind. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability, and you can book right then and there. Poor dental health can affect the rest of your body's health. Don't separate the two like insurance does. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself by getting checked up. And you go to 100westdental.com and you go in there and you get checked up and you go in and you go, I can't believe this is a dentist's office. It's unbelievable how world-class the facilities are with the technology right there on Manchester and Baldwin, 100westdental.com. And if you are interested, mention my name and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental at 100westdental.com. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. And, you know, owning a home is one of the best investments you can make, but keeping it comfortable, energy efficient, and looking great, that takes a little extra work. And if you've got drafty old windows, you know exactly what I mean. But this summer, Universal Windows Direct is making it easy to finally tackle that project with an offer you cannot pass up. Right now, you get to choose your offer. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Seriously, upgrade your home now and relax until next year. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will give you a free in-home window and energy assessment. They'll show you exactly where your windows might be letting in heat and driving up your energy bills and how new windows can help keep that money in your pocket. I always say this, I trust Universal Windows Direct because they make it easy. Their team handles everything. The install is fast and professional, and you can feel the difference right away. Their exclusive Super Spacer technology helps block drafts, keeps the inside temperature steady, and saves you money on heating and cooling. So if you want to take care of your home the smart way this summer, don't wait. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today and choose the payment plan that's right for you. Trust me, once you get those new windows in, you'll walk around saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Free agent Doug McDermott has agreed to a one-year, $3.6 million deal to return to the Sacramento Kings, his agent tells Priority Sports and ESPN. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, did we just get a Doug McDermott update in the
Dougie
sports?
Buckets.
Yeah, Dougie McBuckets.
Yeah, I like those updates on Dougie Buckets.
Dougie Fresh.
Carved himself out a nice little NBA career.
Well, I hope with all that money he pays his taxes.
Ooh, who'd you go to?
If he doesn't, he ought to go to Mark Milton.
Yeah, STLTaxLawyer.com.
Who can play defense against the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you got a real issue there. And that's when you really need to contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark Milton provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award, meaning he is as good as it gets in this country. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems right here in St. Louis. So if you have any kind of IRS issue at all, any kind of problem, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Oh, well, right now, Paul Harvey Milk Mustache leads by 2 as we sit here on July 22nd, 2025 for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the month. Today is the first day of the rest of your life, and I want to start that life by praising Tim. That's from Landon Strip.
Oh, God. I think he just died.
It's over. That was it.
That was the final strike.
Fell over. Appeared to be lifeless.
Hey, boys. After wrapping up the new sode, I just wanted to give a quick shout-out to the Movie Boy podcast, where one brave, pale gentleman sets out to watch, review, and reflect on the latest films, if only he could survive the theater experience. Every week, our noble host tries to enjoy a quiet, contemplative movie screening. Instead, he finds himself trapped in a surreal version of Survivor AMC edition. One week, it's a gaggle of 70-year-old ladies from Del Mar Gardens giving life commentary like it's The View. The next week, he's seated next to a man who eats hot dogs with the intensity and speed of Joey Chestnut on the 4th of July. But it gets worse. Apparently, a new underground hobby is forming, the Movie Boy Disturbance Club. It's like birdwatching, but dumber. People are actively trying to locate this man in theaters just to disrupt his experience. One guy followed him into Oppenheimer and brought a full bowl of cereal and milk and slurped every bite like it was an ASMR for incels. And yet he persists. For the love of cinema, for the love of the people, and for the love of the pod. So if you like movie reviews with a side of theater drama, give the Movie Boy podcast a listen. Stay tuned for this week's Sode, where little Jackie Papers fights off the rumblings of an elderly couple attempting to engage in coitus. Later, lovers, Doug, that comes from Horny.
Horny. He's new.
Hello. This email is penned to those who have pull and sway with Cardinal ownership. Please keep our fans safe. I was at a game some nights ago with family and friends. Unfortunately, sitting upper deck, third baseline, we had a little cousin Cecil buy the tickets as a thank you for contributing to his GoFundMe page that supports moving Brio down to Festus in order to give burly farm women and twinkish field hands an opportunity to flaunt their finest denim out on the town. Oh, so they're going to move Brio down from Clayton and Lindbergh to Festus?
Twinkish farm hands?
They would just build a new location? They'd actually put it up on a...
Well, you can move buildings, I guess, if they're not too large.
So there's a GoFundMe for it, and Cecil set it up.
Be a long way to go down 55.
'Twas nigh the 6th inning when the hometown flock scored 5 runs that then incited a series of cataclysmic events. First, the stadium announcer made comments indicating helmet nachos would no longer be served after the 5th inning, citing the 3 helmet nachos per person rule was upsetting customers. And then the cotton candy vendors just randomly decided to make out with the closest opposing team fan they could find for reasons I still don't understand. And finally, the FD Hoosiers, one section up from Big Mac Land, attempt to start the wave, and as the momentum drew near our seated area, some overserved TMA walruses lost footing and cascaded down the rows, toppling over children and the elderly. And what could only be described as an avalanche of fat bodies were thrown down from the top to the less fortunate souls at the bottom of section 365. I'm currently purchasing a brick to be laid near the left field entrance in memoriam for those lost. To end, I'm asking Cardinal ownership to refund my ticket of $2.25 and a free 16-ounce soda voucher for all my suffering and pain. Thank you kindly. That's from Biscuits with McGreevy.
Biscuits with McGreevy.
Even with the Cardinals defeating a generationally bad Rockies team last night with a potential superstar pitcher who has dedicated the season to building confidence for a minor league club, momentum around the tri-state area remains on Movie Boy. Interest hasn't ramped up this quickly since Kegler's Corner was brought back to the airwaves. It's a talk of the town, according to one social media account. Pedro Pages added, I agree. People are standing up, taking notice, like a young, scrappy buck admiring the swing of Retief Goosen. Papa, Maybe Memphis can become a Movie Boy series, a preferred investor with their influx of cash and no remaining options. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of SLU Filmography / Nap Hour.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of National Lampoon's European Vacation this week, featuring the delectable Billy Zabka as Audrey's boyfriend, I can't help but think of Clark Griswold driving on the wrong side of the road, getting into accidents, running over cyclists, and telling the keeper of the inn that my family and I are looking for sex. This email is sponsored by the best emos in town, right there in downtown Kirkwood. Hey, Doug, Ixnay on the idnapping K. K?
Oh, that's right.
The Cardinals are coming tra-la, tra-la as they shipped the Rockies, who became the first team since the 1916 Philadelphia A's to lose at least 76 of their first 100 games. Don't get too excited because Mo's got one last trade deadline to dump underperforming assets while their value is bottomed out, only for them to flourish with their new team and win LCS MVP. Meanwhile, in Como, Dennis Gates has landed 5-star guard Jason Crow, who, if everything goes as planned, will lead the Tigers to the NCAA tournament in 20 months while he's cheered on by Libby Jack from his Camboy feed. And what's the media in his town talking about? A khaki smoke show hearing himself out for an interview with the NFL's all-time leading rusher as they slow danced at a Collinsville motel 32 years ago. I recall Doug telling us about it after a TMA Live once. I think it was the Webster Groves Hot Shots in October 2017, saying Sweetness's hands were a little too low for Doug's liking, but fortunately or unfortunately, he stopped short of the butt crack. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The question now that has to be answered by the members of the day is what you got.
I guess because of his turn of a phrase, avalanche of fat, I'm going to vote for Biscuits with McGreevy.
Michael.
I am always enamored with the talented writing of a Buck Swope.
Oh, he is very talented.
He's so good.
Okay.
I'm going Buck Swope as well.
Yeah.
Biscuits with McGreevy has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I love Buck Swope. I appreciate his work.
Yeah, me too.
Biscuits with McGreevy has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. Michael, you're back tomorrow for more magic.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Michael Wellington, filling in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.